Hey, that's awesome. And you're first today, Uncle Fish. What's up? Cards don't matter. Love your name, by the way. Excellent, excellent Twitch name. Whoever would come up with a phrase like that is a sheer genius. What's up, Lux Sony? Good to see you as well. Or Sony, I don't know. Good afternoon, Baya Canary. Sort of. Any coffee today? It's not technically coffee, but I don't know. It's a caffeine drink. It's a caffeine energy drink, so it's basically coffee, right? The way I see it, caffeine is like, the substance, and like everything else is just a flavor. Like Red Bull or coffee or whatever. Those are flavors of how you get your caffeine, right? Uncle Fish with the subscription supporting the coffee. Thank you, Uncle Fish. Hey, what's up, Dangle? Thank you for resubscribing. Oh, no problem. How'd it go, Baya Canary? Well, thank you for the compliment, and thank you for the support. What's up, Akinar and God Fries? The only thing cats are better than dogs at is being pets. Yeah, I agree, God Fries. Cats are better than dogs. We completely agree. So I'm going to get started in just a minute. I think we'll get in 3 best-of-1 drafts in time, unless they're all like seven win runs. I do have a 9 o'clock coaching, so I can only stream till then. And it's my fault for starting late. I wasn't dilly-dallying today, and I actually felt good. That's why I went out to do errands. But I did a couple of errands this afternoon, including the bank, which, let me tell you, for anybody who has to do any banking, never a good time. The weekend, I went 4-7. Obviously not a good record, but it's not like it's a tournament. It's a rivals league. You play all other rivals. So, it's 2 games under 500, basically, or 1.5 games under. I played mono red. It was a really bad choice. So I think that I was lucky, if anything, to get 4 wins. Like, I didn't feel like I drew poorly or anything. That leaves me, like, right towards the cutoff for relegated to a challenger out of Rivals League or get to be in Rivals League again. So how I do in the Kaldheim Championships will probably determine whether I'm a rival next year or not. Big banking transactions. Ben SMTG LLC. It's not that big, but it is a first time for me, so that's kind of cool. What's up, meditation? Sorry about that, Baya Canary. Yeah, I mean, Magic. I mean, you see me. Martin was on mono red and got like 0 wins on the weekend or something. Like, it was clearly an awful deck choice for the weekend. People were just ready for it. The Naya Adventures deck has a really good matchup against mono red, in my opinion. This is why I metagame so much in general. When I do test, like, look, obviously I didn't prepare for standard this week. Like, I played a little on Monday with mono red, and Tuesday it felt fine. I ran it. But this is why I always show up with these, like, tuned brews that look, like, kind of different. Because, like, when you have predictable fields with good players, the last thing you want to do is be the person they were gunning for. Whereas, like, if you actually put in the time and effort to tune something, especially in standard, your deck's never going to be that different. Like, you always have to use the good cards and stuff like that. But you can usually figure out lists that use a different combination of them or make the value of them different, or, like, just line up well against the answers in the main decks. So I usually feel like if you tune a good list, you can get an edge. It's a small edge, obviously. I've done bad and good with my own list, my tuned lists before. But I do feel like, like here I showed up with basically stock mono red and went 4-7, and nobody will be like, oh yeah, bad deck choice or whatever, because it's like it's stock mono red, but I went 4-7. And like that's the thing, like with the brews, it's like a lot of times I go 5-6, or other times I go like, 8-5 or whatever, and it's the same thing. It's not like you're breaking it when you tune a list for a weekend in standard. You're just giving yourself an edge if you can put together a competitive list with the tier 1 decks that isn't them. And playing mono red this week, it felt like I was a deer in the headlights. It felt like I don't feel like I had a good matchup. Like, I feel like everybody was ready for mono red. The mono red lists were tuned for the mirror. Like, the non-mono red decks were decks that had good matchups against mono red. Like, except for the people who brought white weenie, which I was fortunate enough to get paired against once. But other than, like, White Weenie, I feel like basically Red had, like... I think the only match I was probably above 50% in before play skill was the one time I got paired against White Weenie on the weekend. And I barely won that match. Granted, I lost both mirrors, and the match against Kai was extremely close, so whatever. But I'm just saying. I hate showing up to play against good players with playing the deck that they came prepared for. I think it's just, like... I don't know. I think it's generally bad, but... I made the choice to test a lot for the Arena Open, play a lot of Sealed and stuff instead of playing Standard, and only played a few days of Standard. So basically, I got the results I deserved. Anyways, good evening, Kikut-san. Glad to hear you didn't let it get you down by a canary. So anyways... I probably the Naya deck was best. It had a great win rate. I think it has a really nice mono red matchup and is a good solid tier 1 list. But you know, like I said, I'm not exactly a standard expert at the moment. I played Monday and Tuesday, and then mono red felt fine, so I submitted it. I just played on the ladder for like 2 days. Before that, I couldn't even have told you what decks people were playing in standard. And that's because I'm too busy playing the better format, limited. So let's do that. Let's kick off the new season of drafts. Let's do we're going to do best of 1 again. I know I did best of 3 last week, but start grinding towards Mythic since it's the new season. Hey, Yuan. Alright, let's see. So, Rise of the Dreadmarn is good in black creature decks. I don't love it off of Splash and Snow, though, so it's kind of a dedicated black card. You know, like, if you're black-red and you're going to, like, kill something and attack, they're going to trade, you're going to make 3 2/2s, that's a good card. It's only 1, so it's not that hard to do other things and get 3 2/2s off this card, or sometimes even more. But you do need to be a black creature deck, like black-red or black-white. Batter Shield Warrior is excellent in red-white. I mean, it's not, like, busted. It's not, like, some kind of Windmill Slam first pick, but it is a good card. Saw it coming's kind of the same as Batter Shield Warrior, just in the other decks, like in Snow Control and stuff. It's a good card. It's not busted. First pick it isn't great, but it's doable. As far as the commons in this pack, the best card is probably like Sculptor or Glittering Frost. They're pretty bad. So I think we're looking at the 2 uncommons and the rare. Whoa, hey, thanks for subscribing, Ewan, and thank you, Nixius, for continuing the never-ending generosity and gifting out 5 rares. I mean, 5 rares, lol. Gifting out 5 subs. Subs are mythic rares. I do appreciate it, though, Nixius. I know you've gifted out a lot of subs in this channel, and I really do appreciate all your support. So I took Batter Shield Warrior because, I mean, I think white aggro, especially white-red, is a good archetype. Batter Shield Warrior goes really well in it. You could take Saw It Coming or Rise there. I think it's pretty close between all 3 of those cards. But, I mean, Saw It Coming, if you're not base blue, isn't great. Even though it's single blue, you don't necessarily want to splash a counterspell. Kind of need to have your counterspell online right away. And like I said, I think black... I'm not unwilling to play black-red decks or anything, but I don't want to like start with black as a base color for a Rise over a Batter Shield Warrior. That said, I'm not following this up with any of the white cards in this pack. So now what are we going to take? There's Shimmerdrift Veil, there's Augury Raven, there's Herald. None of those cards go well at all with my first pick. I think the Veil this early just makes the most sense because we can still draft whatever, and if we end up wanting a splash, we already have the Tri-Land, the 5-color land. The 3 bad sagas just right next to each other. I don't know if they tried to make these cards like unplayable or if that just happened on accident and they thought they were better than they were. Like, all 3 of these, like, you can put them in the right deck, but they're all pretty bad. Like, none of the blogas, yeah, none of these sagas are, like, exciting at all. Like, so as far as the good cards in this pack, there's, like, Frostbite, Goldvein Pick, Snow Forest. Hate to be thinking about third picking a Forest, but after a Shimmerdrift Veil, and, I mean, otherwise, I guess Goldvein Pick is probably the right pick here. I mean... We are in a position to splash even into a white aggro deck if we go there, because we have Veil and Pick already. And Goldvein Pick is colorless, so it's a pretty good card, and we can play it in most decks. Well, this is kind of a key choice. This draft's starting out pretty ugly, although all three of these cards are fine. Sculptor and Cavalry, I mean, it feels like we're seeing Snow, in which case Sculptor, of course. But if we do go red-white aggro, then Cavalry. I mean, so this is basically a pick between Sculptor and Cavalry. I can't really see a justification for virtually anything else out of this pack. I mean, fourth pick Cavalry doesn't really tell us anything. I mean, it's one of the better red commons, but all the red commons are kind of mediocre except Demon Bolt. And that's not to say they're bad. I mean, Firewalker, Cavalry are good 3-drop. Squash is fine removal. Frostbite's fine. But basically, only Demon Bolt really stands out as far as red commons. Yeah, I think it feels like we might be seeing Snow. I think that I don't want to miss that ship here. I'm going to go with the Sculptor. This must have just been a great pack because, I mean, there's Bound in Gold, the best white common, and one of the better commons in the set. And then there's also Shimmerdrift Veil, Snow Island, Masked Vandal, probably the third or fourth best green common, Augury Raven, which, while it doesn't have any happy homes, is still a good card. This pack is just loaded. So I guess, continuing the waffling, I probably should take Bound in Gold because, I mean, I can splash that if I do go Snow. And if I go white aggro, I don't want to miss a Bound in Gold. We'll just continue our waffling the whole draft like I usually do until the end of pack 3, and then we'll figure out what playables we have. Alright, this seems like a pretty easy Alpine Meadow. Whether we go Snow or white aggro, this is a land that will probably be useful for us. Good evening, Keppel. So now there's, like, Island and Squash. I mean, we're getting a lot of Snow lands. We don't have Snow payoffs. I mean, for White-Red, we have 3 good cards. Bound in Gold's a good splash, and we already have Meadow and Veil in pick, so we'll probably splash if we do go Snow. So we won't miss out on too much. I probably won't splash the Battershield Warrior. I guess take the Squash, because even if we go Snow, how many Snow lands do we need? I do think the Snow lands are a little bit overdrafted. There aren't that many cards in this format that really provide value for you drawing like 7 Snow lands instead of 1 or 2. There are some, and if you get a couple of them, then you want to prioritize every land highly. But in a lot of Snow decks, you just need 1 for your Sculptor and 1 for your Bergstrider. So like that doesn't mean draft 1, it means draft 4 or 5, but you don't need 10. So I mean, and that's not to say it's a bad thing if you get 10, it's just to say you shouldn't keep valuing them over good cards. But here I'm just going to draft all lands because I won my match with all Snow lands. I don't know. There's no cards in these packs. Like what am I going to take, Ox or Invoke the Divine? Like, I took the Squash and the Bound in Gold over Snow lands, like, expecting to lean into White-Red, but now I'm not seeing any White-Red aggro cards, and I'm seeing Snow lands in every pack, so we'll just draft all lands, and then we'll submit 40 lands, and then we'll see if we can win with 40 lands, right? It's a great strategy. What's up, Mamob? Oh, no problem, Timnus. Yeah, the weekend, like I said, didn't go well, but I didn't have high expectations. Like I said, I barely tested. I'm grateful that I'm in Rivals. It's a good opportunity. That's why I'm not dropping or anything. And if I spike a tournament, I get back in again next year. Cool. I'll get to play in the Mythics, and that's sweet. But honestly, like, I feel a lot more passionate about this stream, about making more YouTube content, and about my coaching than I do about competitive standard play. So it's no sweat. The Raptor's fine. I think it's a little overplayed. It's good with the pick. But overall, like, it's still a 1-power creature. I haven't found myself going wide that much as far as playing, like, Warhorn Blasts. I usually am more about, like, Axguard Cavalry and equipment and removal. I'm not saying you don't ever play the Raptor. I play it sometimes. I think it's a fine card. But I'm not high on it. Oh, if it was all competitive limited, of course I would feel much more passionate about it. Like, if it was Draft League, like, once a month we, like, played against all the other rivals in 8-person drafts, obviously I'd be all about it. It's the having to stop doing Kaldheim drafts and start testing for standard that, like, I'm just like, yuck. Yuck is the only word I can use to describe that. Having to stop drafting and suit up standard decks, just, like, play the same matches over and over again instead of just awesome limited. Okay, so let's see. So we're still not really committed to anything. I mean, every card we have is, like, playable. We should be able to mold a deck out of this. I don't think Raven's Warning is that good. And we didn't see much blue except for blue lands in pack 1. I mean, I could just take the pick. Even if I do end up snow, I'll probably want to prioritize cheap creatures and have double pick to enable the mana. Otherwise, I mean, this pack's not good. The sagas are both fine, but not exciting. Rimewood Falls would be the best for a snow deck, but I have tons of lands and no snow payoffs. And I still think white-red is our most likely deck. We're just going to splash, probably. I mean, with double pick and, Veil and these lands, like, we'll be able to splash something. But white-red aggro still looks to be where we're probably going to end up. I mean, if I get pushed in another direction, I'm definitely down to go there. I don't think Verdict is good in white-red aggro since it only kills tap creatures, and that's like the beatdown deck of the format. I mean, if I splash white and snow, I'm all about a Verdict, and that's certainly a possibility. But having tabled the Cavalry, I don't know. I don't think we're going snow. I mean, we got all snow lands, but we got no snow cards. Like, it was a pretty weird pack 1. Whenever an angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to the creature's toughness. It's not a great beatdown card, but it's still a 3-mana 2/4 flyer with upside. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Firewalker. Probably better. I mean, it does fly. I think this is more like a common than a rare. I mean, I know it's as fancy as a rare, but in terms of power level, I think this is basically a common for our deck. So I think Helm and Wings are both good equipment in white-red aggro, but we do already have 2 picks. That doesn't mean I won't play Helm or Rings, but I want to get my 2-drop count up and make sure my equipment count doesn't explode. Because, equipment are only good with creatures, so I talk about from time to time how there's not really a minimum creature count you need, and that's true. People always say to me, can I play 8 creatures? Can I play 10 creatures? Well, if the rest of your deck is card drawing and removal and counters, absolutely yes. But if your rest of your deck are cards that depend on creatures to perform, like equipment specifically, then you want to keep a creature count up. So, as I've talked about over and over again, Divine Gambit, this card is just good removal. It's not busted. You can never play it before, turn 6, but after that, it just kills something. So, it's a good card. Hey, Charizard James, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate the generosity. My standard tournament Sunday. Thanks. For anybody not following on Twitter who hasn't seen, Charizard James organized a streamer standard tournament. It's sponsored, I think, by Cool Stuff. And it's going to be this weekend, so definitely check us out. We'll be streaming that. So again, I like Pick and Firewalker. I think they're pretty close in terms of power level. So with 2 picks, I'm going to go with Firewalker over the third. Easy Frenzied Raider. I mean, that's a great card if you have both stuff. We have Usher, we have Firewalker, and we'll prioritize them a little higher. I think pretty clearly we've settled on red-white this pack. I know I was leaning that way the whole way, but I wouldn't have forced it. If we opened Coma, if we got past, even if we just opened Bergstrider and then got past, the Spirit of the Alderguard or something, I would be drafting a snow deck right now. But that's not what we saw. We clearly saw red-white stuff this pack, so we've got our red-white aggro deck. We'll see how the rest of this goes. Obviously, we're well positioned to splash if we want to, but we don't have anything we want to splash yet. But with 2 picks and a Veil, we can literally play a single to cast card in any color. So if we open a good card, that's like Poison the Cup or something, we can just take it and play it, no questions asked. But it needs to be single. You don't want to splash Feed the Serpent or something like that. Oh, wow. Thanks, Keppel. Appreciate you gifting out a sub. Continuing the generosity today from Nixius with 5 more gifted out and Charizard James. Also, thank you, Equations of Motion. Appreciate resubscribing. Thank you for the support. No, we can't splash Coma. Double blue, double green? Probably not. But you see how we just got that Wings and Helm, kind of late? That's why I don't want to take them, even if they're slightly better than the creatures early. Because then, you could end up equipment flooded. And that is a real thing. Like I said, you need to have, a reasonable creature count if you're going to play a bunch of equipment. The equipment's all good. Right now I have Squash, Bounding Gold, Divine Gambit, and then 5 equipment. So that's already 8 spells. So if I play 16 lands, that means I can play, 16 creatures if I don't draft another non-creature the rest of the way. That's fine. But every time I take a non-creature now, I pretty much have to push a non-creature out of my deck. So that means I'm going to be prioritizing creatures over non-creatures pretty heavily. I think Wings is just worse than picking Helm, so I think we can already assume we're probably going to put that one on the board. Well, Immerstrom Raider's barely playable, in my opinion. Like, it's fine if you're like a red snow deck or control-ish deck or something. But in a beatdown deck, the last thing I want is a 2-mana 2/1 that has no ability once in play. So now, I think this pack is nothing exciting for us, but Breakneck Berserker and Bloodline Pretender are both fine 3-drops. Let's check if our creature types vary or are mostly the same. Spirit Warrior, Dwarf Berserker, Demon Berserker, so 3 Berserkers, Human Warrior, Angel Cleric, Berserker, Human Berserker. We're pretty all over the place. I don't think Bloodline Pretender is going to work that well in our deck. Our creature types are pretty all over. I think we'd rather just go ahead and take the 3/2 haste. Can we not use the rare? No. You need a lot. Like, I know we have a lot, but you need a lot. If you draw if you have 2 equipment in play, that rare just gives you 2 2/1s, right? Like the same thing as like Dwarven Reinforcements without the Foretell. I would pretty much never consider that rare. So Demon Bolt's better than Run Amok. Like I said, we're at a point in the draft where I would be prioritizing creatures over removal by quite a bit. I actually tweeted this pick out yesterday or the day before because, like, I opened a pack with Demon Bolt, Frenzied Raider, and Doomscar Titan, and it made me think about how I think Demon Bolt is the best of those 3 cards by a substantial margin. But if you're taking Demon Bolts over those kind of good quality creatures, you end up having to cut, like, Tormentor's Helm to make room for enough creatures and Demon Bolt and everything else in your deck. Whereas, like, if you take the creatures, you end up cutting some totally filler creature. So I think that pick can be interesting. And I think this draft is a good embodiment of that dilemma. If this pack had, like, a Frenzied Raider, I might consider it over the Demon Bolt because I already have so many non-creatures. But it doesn't, so it's easy. That pack is nothing. And again, now, like, Battlefield Raptor's a fine card in this deck with 2 picks. I'll play it. But I'm not gonna, that's a filler creature, not a good creature, so I'm not going to take it over Demon Bolt. Hopefully we can table the Rune of Sustenance. Hey, no magic, no fun. Thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate the support. That's some magic. Spirit of the Alderguard, fourth pick. Wow, where was this last pack when I could have still drafted Snow? Spirit of the Alderguard is fantastic. This is in Snow. This is like a 4-mana, 3/4/4/4 fixer that searches for a land. It's just great. Obviously, we're 100% committed to red-white at this point. But if I had seen that back then, I would have took it. Axgard Cavalry is substantially better than Codespell Cleric. Codespell Cleric is playable, but pretty unexciting. I think with Frenzied Raider, we want to prioritize Boast creatures, and I think 1 Pup is a fine card to put in any deck. I already have plenty of removal. I don't really want a second Squash. So Firewalker, the actual good Boast creature. Of course, we'll take any number of those. And this pick is not close. So there's 3 lands, so we're actually not even cutting cards yet. We're still adding 1 more. Spent so many picks drafting random snow lands. Yeah, Pup seems good in this deck. I agree. I mean, it's not, like, exciting, but, you know, it's going to make the deck. And if I get another one, I'll probably play that one, too. Story Seeker, another fine 2-drop. Even though Lifelink seems like not something an aggro deck wants, Lifelink is continuous life gain, so, like, you can't really race that. It still gives you extra turns to hit your outs. It allows you to be on the offensive the whole time with no regard for your life total. Obviously, like, you know, if it had the opposite effect, like, whatever, it dealt that much damage to the opponent, it would be, like, way better. But, you know, don't sleep on Lifelink. It's not, like, a one-time life gain. Even if you're an aggro deck, a lifelink creature can still be valuable. And, I mean, we have a deck full of ways to enhance it. So we never really picked up anything we wanted to splash. I mean, we could splash Agar. We could also just splash this land. Does Agar work? Do we have red removal? 2 Demon Bolt, Squash, Craven Hulk. I'm going to take... I mean, there's no white or red cards we want here. I'm going to take the Agar over the black land as a potential splash. I don't know if we're going to end up splashing it or not. Although we did just pick up a blue-white duel. That's a free source if we want to splash it. So, similarly, I'd rather splash Agar than Vicious Return, so there's no reason to take that. I doubt I'm going to play Carve in this deck. I have a lot of equipment, and I'm a little bit creature light. Will I play Master Scald? I don't know. Do I have any enchantments to go back to my hand? Bound and Gold if that dies. No Sagas. Master Scald is good with Sagas, but it's not very good otherwise. I mean, Carve is playable. I don't think we're going to use it here with a little bit of a creature light deck, a bunch of equipment, and small creatures. I think Agar probably will make the deck. Even though it's kind of weird, I'm not putting a single island in. It just means I have to play like 2 tap lands, one of which is a red-white duel anyway. So we're on like, let's see. This is going to be like 16 lands almost for sure. But I can do the mana after. Assuming it starts me with 17, that means we have to cut 2 cards, which I assume we mostly want to be like our weakest equipment and spells because we have a ton of that. Probably Run Amok and like a Helm. And then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 18, 24. Yeah, that looks decent. I mean, there's no creatures in the sideboard to consider. We're not going to play these islands or anything, of course. Just planning to cast Agar off of 2 Goldvein picks, the blue-white duel and Veil if I need it. Dangle, our predictions up? I'm not 100%. Stipulation drafts should be up. You can see that in the channel rewards, right? Hopefully, I added that. 6, 12, 16. I'm sure we want even red and white because we're a 2-color aggro deck. So this is a red-white, and this is red-white. This is red, and this is white. So this looks even. I don't know that we play the Snow-Covered Mountain. If you have a single reason, like if we had a Frostbite, I'd play it. But I think we literally have 0, right? So just giving the opponent the ability to steal our Snowland somehow or something. Thanks, Lock Shamana. Appreciate the subscription. I don't think this deck wants Warhorn Blast. Like, I don't have anything that makes 2 tokens except 1 Usher of the Fallen. I'm not, like, I have good removal. Like, this is, so I do think Warhorn Blast is good if you draft a bunch of Battlefield Raptors and Dwarven Reinforcements and just, you know, have a lot of small creatures, 1-drops and 2-drops. But most of my red-white decks look more like this. I like Tuskari Firewalker and Breakneck Berserker a lot. I like both the white flyers a lot, even though I don't have them. The 3-mana 2/2 Starheim Courser and the 4-mana 3/2 Valkyrie. And then Axguard Cavalry, and then Bound and Gold is excellent. Demon Bolt is excellent. So, most of my red-white decks, I tend to not draft Swarm, like with Warhorn Blast. I tend to draft equipment removal and just good aggressive creatures. I do think when you get enough 1-drops and enough token making, Warhorn Blast is excellent, and that deck is totally there in this format. I just more often than not find my decks look like this. Never cut Divine Gambit from a heavy white deck ever. The card is not broken. Bound and Gold is better than it. But it's just good removal. You just can't play it on the early turns. But in the late game, it just kills something for 2 mana. Run Amok could go in, but if we wanted to play Run Amok, we would cut like a Tormentor's Helm. Or we would cut like Hagri Mob or Squash. But we have 2 giants, so Squash isn't going to cost 5 all the time. Hagri Mob would probably be my first cut from this deck. Let me check the creature count. 15. I mean, that's about the minimum you want to be at with this much equipment. That's why, here's the thing. This is my exact point about why, when I'm already red-white, I might take Frenzied Raider or Doomscar Titan over Demon Bolt. I think Demon Bolt is a better card in a red-white deck than Frenzied Raider or Doomscar Titan. But you have to keep your creature count up in order for all your equipment to perform well, and in order for an aggro deck to hit the board every turn and perform well. So, in this format, you end up spell-flooded in your red-white decks, because you have so many good equipment at common. Pick, Wings, Helm, all common, all good for your deck. You have good removal at common. Demon Bolt and Bound and Gold, both common, both good for your deck. Runes are excellent when you have equipment. Run Amok is excellent. It's a great combat trick for an aggro deck. So you just end up with so many non-creatures that you want to play. So you have to draft the non-creatures less aggressively. Now, there's lots of filler creatures. So this principle I'm talking about right now, it doesn't apply to filler creatures. You're always going to end up with enough Breakneck Berserkers or Battlefield Raptors or whatever to fill your deck out. But premium creatures, even if they're a little worse in a vacuum than a premium spell, like Frenzied Raider or Doomscar Titan compared to Demon Bolt, I think Demon Bolt is the best of those 3 cards. But I think I'm often going to be cutting a Fearless Pup to put a Frenzied Raider in my deck, whereas I'm cutting a Run Amok to put a Demon Bolt in my deck. So that's why I prioritize good creatures higher in red-white than I do good spells. Thanks, Old Waffle Hand. Appreciate the subscription. I have no current rank. It's March 1st, right? Or March 2nd, but it's the beginning of March. This is the new season. Well, I guess that makes my current rank Platinum 4 or whatever. I think I did one draft, but I think I went like 4 and 3 or 3 and 3 or something. So when you get sent back to sent back 2 levels. So I was Mythic last season, so I should get sent back to Platinum. So I should be roughly Platinum 4 with like no tabs filled in. I think red-white aggro, blue-red giants, and blue-green X snow are the 3 premier archetypes in this format. I think you could. So personally, I think snow is the best, but the balance does come into play. I would rather be the only red-white aggro player in a pod than like the 3rd snow player or 2nd giants player. So I think pretty much, any of those archetypes are good. I'm just going to get Agar rolling so I can squash and draw a card if they don't have removal. I mean, we have a lot of sources for Agar. Remember, we have Floodplain and Shimmerdrift Veil, and we have 2 picks. So that's 4 sources for 1 card. So, I mean, it's a fine light splash. I guess we are living the dream because I have Squash too. So I'll get to Squash for 2 mana and draw a card. Although they might kill it before then because I'm not going to squash either of the 2 creatures in play right now. These creatures are just not good enough to squash. Yeah, this is a high variance format. I mean, almost all high power level formats are. It tends to be why I don't like them as much. One of the reasons. People ask me about this a lot, about my calm demeanor when losing and running bad and stuff. Look, we all win and lose plenty. It's a card game. You just have to kind of take your lumps and just play on. All right, Walker is good enough to squash. So let's squash that and draw a card. And then we'll attack and just play Firewalker. I don't think I need to activate this Firewalker in case I hit a 1-drop or a land or a 2-drop. We'll just get this other one out. Yeah, Zendikar and Dominaria are both low power, great removal. Like, that's why those formats are a lot more consistent. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, and that's why, part of why, not the only reason why, the mechanics and the gameplay and the good removal are a big part of why as well. But Dominaria and Zendikar Rising are my 2 favorite limited formats of the past 3 or 4 years. Okay, so I don't really care if they double block a Tuskeri Firewalker. I want to have the mana to cast the things I hit off of it, so I think here I'm just going to attack with all 3. Before blocks, should I Firewalker? No, because if I hit a Demon Bolt, I don't want them to know it's coming. I want them to double block, and then I'll Demon Bolt. Now, let's say they had 1/3/3 out, then I'd probably Firewalker before blockers, because then I'd just want to kill the blocker if I hit a Demon Bolt, right? But now I want them to double block, so I'm not going to go ahead and try and tutor up Demon Bolt first. All right, so they made the tight play of responding. I'm still going to get to respond to that in case I hit the bolt with this Firewalker. Now theirs will resolve, now mine will. Cool. So we'll play a land because we lose it otherwise, and then pick an equip. No, I didn't forget I had an equipment in my hand. With the 2 Firewalkers, we never knew what we were going to hit. So, I mean, of course, I'm missing a damage here so that I have the mana to cast like 3 and 4 drops if I hit them. Just explaining. I know somebody out there was about to suggest the punt counter. Y'all are super trigger happy with that. I think that the Hawk is better than the Augur. I mean, obviously it depends on how many snow cards they have. But, like, this thing, like, is most likely going to draw a card, like, every 3 turns. And at this point, like, a land is a dead card, basically. So, like, I would rather them be auguring and missing most of the time than looting. I'm not saying it's not close or whatever, but that's just my general perspective. Alright, so my creature's not really doing anything in play. Let's get in and draw a card while we can. They're probably going to double block, and then again, I'm going to look for Bolt for the blowout. This time I would rather kill the 1/2 with an ability than the 1/3 without, though. Mass Vandal's excellent because it already killed a Goldvein pick, but once in play, it basically doesn't have an ability. I'm not that scared of Augur. Like, decks just don't have that many snow cards to hit. Like, you know, even if they got like 5-6 snow lands and then another 5-6-7 snow cards, that's still only a third of their deck. So it still only draws a card 1 in 3 turns. That's the kind of thing you lose to in a stalemate in the snow mirror. But like, if you're an aggro deck and you're going to plan to keep attacking every turn, you can mostly ignore an Augur. Like, obviously, I'll kill the 1-2 Augur over the 1-3 Vandal, because the Vandal has no ability once in play, and the Augur does. But, like, other than something like that, it's really just not a scary card. Yeah, maybe I should have killed the Vandal because of the flashback. That's actually a pretty good point. I didn't really even think about that at the time. I mean, I think it's close. You know, again, the Augur does have an ability and the Vandal doesn't. But given they're under pressure and I'm winning on board, I probably don't want them to flashback Glimpse. That actually might have been a mistake. Might as well ping them. As long as they don't have a sweeper, I like my chances. I mean, I know they have a handful of cards now, but even if they play 2 things, they're probably not blanking my board. If they kill the mob or something, like, I have the warrior. So, no real choices. Attack, pump. They can kill whichever one they prefer, but not both. I see no reason to put this land in play. If they have Skull Raid or something, they would just draw an extra card, and we have 1,000 lands. 16 land deck. You know how we roll. 10 of our lands already in the top half. I don't think this deck wants to go to 15. I do think you can. Like, if I had multiple 1-drops and I didn't have any high-end cards or something, yes. But I've got Hagri Mob, I've got Craven Hulk, I've got Squash, like... I do think some red-white aggros should play 15, especially with double pick. I just don't think this time is the time. I am drinking Celsius Raspberry Acai Green Tea, non-carbonated. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, everyone who watches me knows I'm pretty addicted to caffeine. I consider coffee, Red Bull, Celsius, whatever. These are all just flavors of caffeine to me. Caffeine is like the actual, substance. So this one's all right. I mean, I like raspberry green tea. I'm not big on carbonation. I've never been a soda drinker. I've never liked like salsa or sparkling water. I've always been an iced tea drinker my whole life. Like, even I'm talking when I was like 10. Like, we'd go to Taco Bell and I'd always get, like, tea. I'd always get iced tea everywhere we went, like, never soda at McDonald's and Taco Bell and whatnot. Ever since I was, like, a little kid. I used to get all sweet tea when I was a little kid. I switched to on-sweet when I was in my mid-20s and I realized I was starting to put on weight. But, like I said, even when I was, like, 10 years old, I used to drink all tea, very little Coke. Okay, do we want to put out the Raider or the Axeguard Cavalry? We might not get another opportunity to put the 2-drop out, and we do have a 3-drop with both, so I think we want to put the Raider out. This way, if we draw the land, we can just curve the Firewalker behind the Raider. Giving haste to the Firewalker is cute, but I think I would rather just make sure I have the Raider out. Hangry Mob, that's what we should call it, right? Hangry Mob. Alright, so no decisions. Well, it would be nice to pick. It's better to get my Boast Creature out, I think. Yeah, you can make pretty much any of this stuff, right? Like, I have, like, Rogue Energy stuff. I think they're one of Fade to Karma's sponsors, so they sent me a bunch of, like, powder and stuff, and their stuff's good. Just, I make that, too. I just, like, mix in, a thing of water with the appropriate amount of Rogue Energy for, like, caffeine. Like I said, to me, all of this stuff is the same, basically. It's just flavors of caffeine. Okay, so they're probably going to tap the Firewalker, so I'm not going to get to Boast. If I put the pick on the Raider, I can hit for 3. If they want to tap the Raider instead, I guess I won't get the pick thing. But then I can still Boast even if I can't play the card, and then the Raider will grow. So what I think I'm going to do here is put the pick on the Raider, not play my land to try and trick them a little bit, go to combat, If they tap the Raider, since they don't know that I have a land in hand, and then to stop me from getting the treasure, post-combat, I can play the plains and boast, and then I'll grow the Raider. If they let the Raider connect, then I'll get the treasure, and then post-combat, I'm going to play the plains and sack the treasure and cast the Axe Guard Cavalry. So this puts them in a tough spot as far as which creature to tap. That's not what I was hoping. I would have preferred they tap the Raider, because then, like I said, I have a land, so post-combat I play it boast and the Raider grows, so they chose correctly. But the only key bit of strategy there was not playing the land first, made it a tough decision on the opponent. If I showed them I have the land to boast, they would automatically tap the Firewalker. But if they know I don't have a land, then they would tap the Raider because they deny me a treasure, right? So I try and make it hard for them by not playing the land first, by making them guess whether I have a land or not. You can't boast with the treasure if you didn't attack. The creature has to attack to be able to boast. You can't just brag. You have to attack if you want to brag. All right, so let's see. So I can play the Batter Shield Warrior and give it haste. And then the 0/4 can't block these, but it can just block the Warrior. What if I put the Helm on the Warrior? Then I don't have a mana to boast. So I think what I'm going to do is play the Warrior and go to combat. But I can't actually put the Helm on the Warrior. But I do want to be boasting, because that's going to grow the Raider. So I think we Cavalry up the Warrior this turn. They can tap the Warrior or the Firewalker or the Raider, whatever. And then either way, we're going to get to go to combat. We'll boast at least once. Yeah, they can't stop both. They can only stop one, so I will get to boast. I probably shouldn't have played a land. I mean, I don't really care if I hit a land and don't get to put it in play, but I don't think I'm going to be using... Oh, no. I need the land if they... Yeah, because I might need to tap 2 and boast with the Warrior, so that's more important. So, yeah, I actually played this okay. Are we not in combat yet? I should have done that beginning of combat, but I don't think we're in combat. So I guess I can put the Helm on. I love to boast, you know. Just boast and boast and boast. Especially when I draft red-white aggro. Like, if I'm drafting blue-green, I'm not really that worried about boasting. But when I'm red-white aggro, I just want to brag nonstop. So this is a bad sign. Obviously, they're chumping, so they're probably going to have, like, a sweeper. Although, to be fair, they have to top deck a land to even play Battle of Frost and Fire. So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, they're still at 14. I wouldn't have expected a chump with the Ascendant Spirit there if they don't have a sweeper. Yeah, Tegrid Shadow, but again, they would have to top deck a swamp, right? There's no sweeper they can play except the 2 to everything with the mana they have. Now, if they play one land, they can Battle of Frost and Fire and wipe my board. If they play a swamp, they can, like, Crippling Fear or whatever. Okay, so... I do want to try and make sure I get something to 5/5 so it can live through Battle of Frost and Fire. It looks like the Frenzied Raider will be able to do that as long as I put the Helm on it. Because if they tap the Batter Shield Warrior, then I won't be able to boast with it. So I think what I want to do is put the Helm on the Raider. No, I mean, I don't... This is actually pretty interesting. So I could play the Breakneck Berserker, and then I have 2 up. I can go to combat. If they tap the Warrior, I can't boast, but I can put the Helm on the Raider to make sure it'll live. I think I want to hold back the Berserker. I think we're winning by enough. So what I think I'm going to do is put the Helm here on the Cavalry, so all 3 are just good attackers, basically, into the Harbinger. And then if they... I'll make sure that post-combat I move the Helm to play around Battle of Frost and Fire if they tap the Warrior so I can't boast. I don't know whether they're going to tap the Batter Shield Warrior or the Frenzied Raider, but either way I'm going to do that. Well, I guess I won't have to do that if I boast. Because then the Raider will be a 5/5, so it'll live anyway. I know that they might do other things, and I don't know that they have a sweeper the way they played this game, but I'm pretty far ahead. So, I mean, I think that if they don't have a sweeper, I think I'm in really good shape. And if they do Battle of Frost and Fire, now I have the haste creature to ensure lethal next turn. Battle of Frost and Fire is the main sweeper on my mind. I mean, it could also be Swamp, Crippling, whatever, but then they have to top deck exactly on tap Swamp as opposed to any land. Okay, so if I pick the Cavalry and equip, I can't play the Berserker. If I play the Berserker and move the pick in play, then they have to chump, and then I can always move the pick back to the Raider, so that looks pretty good. So I think now we can do that. And then we want to move this pick off the Raider so that we're threatening 7, forcing them to chump, which is huge because if they have Blood in the Snow, they're a swamp away from that, and we'll take them off that if we make them block with the 1/3. And they can't even play Battle of Frost and Fire because they'll be dead on board. So this game should be over unless they have a card they can play, like Depart the Realm or something here. Yeah, they're stuck on 4 for several turns, so they're holding all spells. We don't know what. But either way, I want to get them in range so that if they play a sweeper, they die to my Frenzied Raider. So, like, now I'm going to move the Helm, or the pick, but I think probably the Helm, because that takes the Raider to a 5/5. So now, even if they go land Battle of Frost and Fire, they just die to the Frenzied Raider. So the game's over. And it was important last turn to make them chump, because Blood in the Snow costs 6. So if we make them lose the 1/3, they can't Blood in the Snow this turn. So I think as long as I, double suit up the Cavalry, they're dead. Because they're at 4, they can tap 1 and block 1. So if all 3 of my creatures are 4 power, then they're just dead. Battle is 5, Blood in the Snow is 6. That's why Battle was way more on my mind that whole game. Arena seems a tad bit laggy, so my internet seems fine right now, but I'm going to do the, like, just close and reopen Arena immediately thing. Yeah, Frenzied Raider can be really good. I mean, Frenzied Raider's the kind of card, like, every boast creature you have adds substantial value to it, right? Like, if you have 0, it's a 2-mana 2/2, no ability. But if you have, like, 5 or 6 and you're going to boast multiple times most games, then it's a 2-mana 4/4 out of an aggro deck or whatever. Its value swings a lot. But again, like I said, it's kind of interesting because it's all of the, like, its format, why I would take something like Frenzied Raider over Bolt in red-white if I have a decent amount of boast. I still think no matter how much boast you have, Bolt is probably a better card. But again, like, if I'm cutting a Code Spell Cleric for Frenzied Raider, or am I cutting a Run Amok for Demon Bolt? So that's where it gets complicated. Yeah, it turns out they probably made those chump blocks because they had double way down, so they needed creatures in the yard to kill mine. But still, it was still right to play around sweepers, because as they're chump blocking and we kept having more and more ammo, we're getting further and further ahead, and so they realistically would have to play a sweeper to get back in that game. I'm not saying, like, it's impossible I lose without them playing a sweeper, but it would be hard. Whereas if they swept my board, then they'd be in the driver's seat. So we always wanted to play to mitigate the sweepers wherever possible. Thanks, Wings Mage. Really appreciate the support. So many great MTG streamers, but I appreciate the compliment and thank you for subbing. Alright, well, 2 tap lands kind of stinks, but we can't really mull this. We have all 3 colors. We'll name red, then we have white-blue. Divine Gambit's a late-game card. So, hopefully we'll draw like 1 on tap land for next turn. Preferably 2. 1 for next turn and 1 for turn 3, but if not, we'll be a turn behind. No love. Let's just get our blue source out. No, they didn't. I mean, we don't know, but by the time they got to 5 mana, we had a 5/5 and they were at 4, so they couldn't play it even if they had it. But so they never emptied their hand or anything. So we won and they didn't play a sweeper. We have no idea whether they had one or not. Okay, so there's the on-tap. We could play the tap land, but we're not going to be able to double spell with 2/2 drops. Kind of just want to play Agar. If they attack with both, I can block the Usher with Agar and draw a card as I trade with it, even if they boast. I guess not if they put the Helm on it. But still, I mean, this card can definitely block. And at least it forces them to do things like that. So I'm going to block the Usher. I don't know what they have or don't have, but the reason I'm blocking Usher and not Battle Shield Warrior is because if they boast with the Battle Shield Warrior, this turns into a 3/2. I deal 1 more damage than I need to, and I draw a card. If they have a trick, good beats, nothing I can really do about that. So, do I want to play Firewalker, or do I want to play Cavalry and Equip? I think Cavalry and Equip for the 3rd toughness. It's a better blocker, plus it's a worse late game card, so let's get that out now. This time I'll block the Battle Shield Warrior because that's the creature I'd rather kill. Like I said last time, I blocked the Usher because if they didn't have a pump spell and they boasted, I'd get to draw a card by killing a 3/2 instead of a 3/3. Well, now I can't block the Battle Shield Warrior, so now we'll block the Usher. So we're getting a little low. But, you know, if they don't have anything, we can Divine Gambit the Battle Shield Warrior this turn if we want to. I can't play Craven Hulk because then I'm dead on board because it can't block alone. This thing can grow to, what, a 5/5 if they move the Helm and Boast. So I can play like a 3/2 and Equip, but that's only 4. I don't want to be chump blocking. So I guess it's time to go for it. Hopefully they don't have anything in hand to put in play. Cool. They probably had the Raider, and they were like, well, let me see if I draw land before putting it in play. Because remember, they tanked when I played the Gambit. And obviously, if they had a creature, they'd just put it out. And if they had a non-land, they wouldn't. But if it's a Raider, that's a difficult decision. Okay, so if we play the Hulk, that's our best blocker if they can't kill the Cavalry. But if they kill the Cavalry, we're just dead. If they kill one of our 2 blockers, are we just dead anyway? Because they have double Tormenting Hulk. I mean, double Tormenting Helm. Tormenting Hulk. I think so. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and put out the 4-drop. Yeah, we're dead to removal, but I think we have to just accept that. They were empty-handed a turn ago. You remember they played the Raider and discarded Mountain. Hopefully they didn't top deck anything here. We're probably going to die to those Helms regardless. I don't even know if we can beat that from here. We just got a little too low. I mean, do I have any life gain? I have that 1/2/4 Angel, but it doesn't count itself, right? So I don't actually know if I can win. I guess if I draw removal and they're out of creatures, I can win. I mean, I can close out pretty quickly. But I would have to top deck removal for that Raider and kill them before they put any more creatures out, so I don't like my chances. Oh yeah, I have a Story Seeker, which could block and has lifelink, so if I drew that, we could win. Sadly, we did not, though, so I think I'm dead. Extremely sadly. Oh yeah, we died of pings before combat, so that doesn't even work now. Would have worked earlier, but doesn't even work now. Free gems in the store? I do like that. Thanks, 170 Roger. Appreciate the subscription. No fear. The beauty of Magic is when you die, you just get to start another game, so never anything to be afraid of. So, better to deal them a point than not, right? We can't cast Agar, and we're going to put our top land in play, so no real choices. One is better than 0. Okay, so I can attack. If they block with Agar, they won't draw a card. That seems fine. And then I'm just going to play the Hulk post-combat. Hopefully they don't have a way to kill this Hulk this turn, because if they don't, then I can squash Agar and life is good for 2 mana. If they do, I mean, if it's a Demon Bolt, they won't draw a card, but I'll still have to top deck a land to be able to squash their Agar. Giants aren't easy to squash, although Agar's not that big a giant. One of the best, just not very big. Oh, I don't know why it's off, but thank you, Ampelos. Yeah, you're right. I see the donation popped up, and thank you for a generous $5 donation. I do really appreciate it. Pretty generous support. I don't know why the notification is off. I'll look into that when I'm off stream. But I do really appreciate the support, Amples. Hey, that Snowland might come in handy. Alright, so they took my giant. So now I can't squash for 2 mana. Next turn, they can trade what? Like nothing meaningful. So I guess we really want to pick and get a treasure. So we can play it next turn, then we can go Agar and squash. So this turn is almost scripted. We have exactly enough mana. The Craven Hulk can't block. I guess you... I didn't really mean to send the Priest. Not that it mattered particularly much. Sending a message with the O4, yeah. Yeah, that was not intentional, but, I mean, whatever. Luckily, it wasn't painful in that spot. So, I mean, obviously I'm losing on board now, but next turn I have a really good turn. I get to sack the treasure to play Agar and then squash for 2 mana. So hopefully we can flip the game back a bit after that. Yeah, Skull Raid here would be brutal, huh? Why would you even say that, Golan Haas? Alright, so now we gotta decide what, though. Do I want to kill their 2-3? I mean, they're going to get a 3-point drain off of that Trickster God Heist, so I kind of have to win this game a little bit defensively, I think. So, I think I just want to Agar and squash the Craven Hulk. There's no reason to assume they're holding much damage-based removal, or they would already play it. So I think I'm going to attack. This time not with the Priest. I assume they're going to block the Frenzied Raider. They can't block the Pup, or I would boast. And then post-combat, Agar. And I'm going to squash the Hulk now while they're tapped. Make sure I draw that card. Plus, I haven't played a land yet. So if I do get it, I can equip. And back to the opponent. I squashed Hulk over Agar because there's no reason to believe they're holding damage-based removal. They've already had the opportunity to cast Squash and Demon Bolt. And a 4-4 and a 3-3 are very different right now because I have an 0-4 up that can block the 3-3 and I'm at 7. Imagine they just had Craven Hulk right now. What would I do about it? I would have to take 4 down to 3 life or chump block it. Even though Agar is a much better card than Craven Hulk, part of the reason for that is the casting cost 3 instead of 4. Once they're already in play, that no longer matters. So now it's 3-3 with good ability or 4-4 with no ability, and you just have to weigh that based on the board. And given I'm at 7 and had an 0-4 up, I thought 4-4 with no ability was scarier. Alright, I'm going to go for Demon Bolt on their Agar, see if we can just kill it and draw a card. They might, like, bounce it or something, or they might kill my Agar with, like, Feed the Serpent in response, or Run Ashore or something like that. I don't really think they're holding damage-based removal, though, because they've had multiple turns with this Agar out, and kill a creature, draw a card is such a big game. I assume if they were holding damage-based removal, they would have just already done it. Like I said, I don't know what's in their hand. They've got some cards in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if they were holding, like, removal, but if it was damage-based removal, I would be surprised. Yeah, 5-6 tap Giant makes perfect sense. And chump that with the 0-4 since I'm at 7. They no longer have Agar out. They're not drawing cards or anything like that. Okay, I don't really see decisions. I mean, we want to play this card this turn for sure. And then maybe like Story Seeker 2. If they want to chump with the Raven, I'm cool with that. So I think we just attack. If they make me boast, I can still play the Story Seeker to block the Invader, and then it's a free kill on the Raven. If they trade the Raven for the Agar, that's a good trade for me at this point in the game. And, like, if they have something here, okay, then they're using that removal on my Fearless Pup. I still have the 2 mana to play the Story Seeker. They're taking this line because they, like, I might theoretically be dead right now, right? But, I mean, I'm not. I have the Story Seeker. Hopefully they don't top deck removal, but good beats if they have 2 removal spells. They had to use the one there or the Raven was gone. Unless they have something on SPC. If I would have equipped the pup first with the pick, I still, then I have 3. I guess I don't have to boast when they missed it, but I still just get, it still just gets killed. All right, so we have to block. And, like, they could have had removal. All right, let's see. So they're at 7. So we can't play 2 blockers, but we don't need 2 blockers. In fact, I'm not afraid to go to 1 now. So just the Valkyrie looks fine to block the Raven. Put them in lethal range for next turn. Yeah, you're right. We don't have to boast if we do that. So I'm pretty sure I just want to play the Valkyrie. Put the pick on the Agar. Yeah, you could call something like that a tiny mistake. I mean, it's not like a real mistake in the sense that, like, they didn't have anything, but, like, maybe don't play your last land to give it away. But it is a tap land, so, like, it just depends if they can use all their mana. Like, what if they draw a card drawing spell and then they need this land to cast something? So I'm not sure I would call that a mistake. Okay, and then just in case they draw something that deals 4, I think it's worth helming the Valkyrie here. Because I'm not chumping with it. And if they do draw, like, exactly Demon Bolt, this could be the difference between winning or losing. Like, we could beat a Demon Bolt from this position. But obviously, if they Demon Bolt this Valkyrie and hit me for 8, I'm dead. So it's pretty important, right? Alright. Let's try and kill their Raven and draw a card, hopefully. I'm pretty sure they're just dead, but if they have removal, okay, it's not game over. In this spot, if they didn't concede, we would only attack with the Flyer because it's lethal. So if they have removal, they have to kill the Flyer anyway, or if not, they die to it. So we don't have to send the ground creature into their bigger ground creature. That doesn't accomplish anything. We just send the flyer. They're dead if they have nothing. If they have the removal, they kill the flyer, but we don't lose our ground creature. Yeah, I agree, Ants, man. Definitely worth helming. We're not scared. Look, if they draw Feed the Serpent off the top, they're empty-handed, they win that game. So be it. It's a tight game, right? You lose more tight games trying to play around too much than you do by, not playing around things. But it's basically free to play around Demon Bolt. We can afford to sack the treasure to equip. We still put them in lethal range for next turn. We still did everything. If they top deck the Feed the Serpent, they win, but there's no reason to remove Demon Bolt, to not remove Demon Bolt from their outs list since it costs us so little. Okay, we probably can't keep this. I mean, we're only one land away from Firewalker. It's a really good hand if we draw single planes, but if we get stuck on two, we're not doing much, and we don't have many red 1 and 2 drops. We have, what, Frenzied Raider and Fearless Pup? I don't know, it's pretty close. I mean, I prefer a land light hand to a land heavy hand with an aggro deck, but we are also on the play. Like, if this was a 2-lander Mountain Plains, I would snap keep. Yeah, I hate mulliganing. You know that's the truth, Baconality. I guess I have a bunch of Axguard Cavalries I can draw. I actually have 3 of those. So I have 5 red creatures I can cast with 2 red. And then I have my, 8 or 9 white sources. That's not bad. I don't know. I think aggro decks need to come out, decent. I think that has to be a mulligan. Why did I mulligan that? Now my hand's even worse. Well, opponent mulligan 2, so I guess we're going to 5. See if we can get a real hand. Alright, this should work out okay. We can keep 2 lands. So let's see, which 2 are we going to put back, right? I think we're almost definitely going to put back 1 land, because these 3 cards cost 2. And then I guess we'll put back Squash, since we're nowhere near casting it. That's actually the easiest mold to 5 putbacks ever. I can't think of a double red card off the top of my head, but I know we have Divine Gambit, so I'm going to put back Mountain and Squash. I think this is literally the easiest choice of which 2 to put back ever, aside from Mountain or Plains. I think you definitely want to put back the 5-mana card, and I think you definitely want to put back land 3. I know it's nice to curve out 2-drop pick, but at the end of the day, we would only have 1 creature then, and if we draw a single land, we can still do that. So I think this was pretty clear that we put back one of the 2 basics and Squash. The only question was Mountain or Plains. And off the top of my head, we have Divine Gambit, but we don't have a double red card, I don't think. Alright, let's get the Lifelinker out. I'm more interested in gaining 2 than dealing 1 extra if I draw the land. If I draw the land, I could give haste to the Firewalker, but it's not like I'm boasting profitably. I'm just dealing 3 instead of 2. That's a fine trade by me. Wishful thinking, I guess. Yes, you should want SPC. If you're as lucky as Elsvi, your choice is either keep and draw what you need or mulligan and get the perfect 6. So you just have to figure out which one of those is better. If you're a mere mortal like me, you have to actually weigh, the options or whatever. All right, let's see. So Clarion Spirit, nothing's equipped yet, so this turn we can attack profitably. Think I'm just going to put Pick on the Story Seeker. I can attack with both creatures. Because if they want to trade Clarion Spirit or Cole for either of my creatures, I'm pretty happy. But obviously in the end, if they have more business, I'm going to lose. But hey, they only have 2 spells left in hand. How many times can they trigger Clarion Speaker? So we're in rough shape right now against Helm and Cole, basically just Cole. But I mean, we have plenty of removal, so hopefully we'll draw something, right? We have. I mean, I know the Squash is on the bottom, but I mean, to deal with Cole, we have 2 Demon Bolts. I guess Bound and Gold doesn't work well. Divine Gambit's fine. What are they going to put in play? They don't have any cards left. So, I mean, I guess we have not that many, but we have 3 or 4 cards. Oh, if you're Ephro, then, it doesn't even matter what you do, because you already know you're going to get as unlucky as possible and basically screwed no matter what you choose. So, basically only I get to play Magic, because if you're Ephro, you lose no matter what because of how unlucky you are, and if you're LSV, you win no matter what because of how lucky you are. But if you're me and you have about average luck, then your decisions actually matter. So, hey, thanks for subscribing, Cornball. Appreciate the support. All right, so if I kill the Spirit and it goes back to their hand, that's double bad, because then they can play the Spirit and something else and trigger it, so that's pretty bad for me. I'm not saying I won't do like a big attack into their Clarion Spirit, and let them trigger the Coal, but we definitely want to wait until we have like multiple creatures out, right? Like, you know, we're not gonna, if we're gonna throw away a creature to get some boasting and some damage and some life, we're gonna do it when all of our creatures are attacking. Well, the cool thing is if this dies, a token can't go back to their hand, right? So that's at least semi-decent. Okay, so again, just gonna chill for one more turn, I think. If I can attack, well, maybe the cow. Oh no, I can move. Oh no, the 2/2/2s. One won't be able to attack into the spirit. So maybe I should have hasted and boasted. Oh no, but I wouldn't have mana to play the boast cards anyway. Next turn, I can see if I draw that removal. If I don't, then I can always. So I can just block that 7/3 with my 3/3 lifelink, right? Like, it can't go back to their hand because it's a token. So I think. I mean, not that this is a bad trade for them. This is actually a 2/1 token, not a 7/3 creature. But it's no big deal. And even that, whatever. They're using Run Amok to kill my Story Seeker, deal some damage. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not saying their play was wrong or anything. Just, you know, not great, not horrible, no problem. Hi, Caps Lock. Try not to abuse it. Alright, so let's see what we can do now. I can attack with all three. They don't. I mean, if they block with Coal, I'll be ecstatic, and they won't. They'll block with Clarion Spirit. So first, let's make sure they can't kill me on the backswing. No, I only count 12, so okay. So then if I attack with all three, and they block Clarion Spirit on a Firewalker, they take 5. I get to double boast. I don't want to play the Craven Hulk and give it haste. Even though that's 2 more damage, I won't be able to play the boast cards. So I can use one on pick. I have plenty of mana, and the pick's likely to make a mana. So I think what I want to do is put pick on Cavalry, and then attack with all three. And before blockers this time, I'm going to do my boasting, because if I hit a Demon Bolt... Actually, if I hit a Demon Bolt, I would probably rather... well, Control Z doesn't seem to be working, but... if I hit a Demon Bolt... Where did my mana... Oh, that was for pick. Okay, it undid it. If I hit a Demon Bolt, I'd rather them block with the Clarion Spirit, and then I'll Demon Bolt the Coal, and then they won't get the Spirit back. So actually, I don't need to boast before blockers. Let's let them block. This way, they won't know I have removal for Coal if I hit it. I have 2 bolts. Maybe I'll hit it, maybe I won't, right? I guess we should boast with the one that's dying first. Okay, so no bolt there. We still have 4 mana, 2 for the Cavalry, so we can boast again in case we get the bolt. Hopefully we do. Sadly, we don't. But the pick mana does give us 4 to play both cards we hit off the boast, so that wasn't too bad of an exchange. I wouldn't necessarily sack 2 treasures for an equipment normally, but it goes away if we don't, so let's go ahead and get it out. This is a tight game. Hopefully we'll top deck Demon Bolt this turn. Yeah, it's just Z, not Control Z. Sorry, Ewan, but if you bet against me, my goal is to defeat your channel points. Alright, so let's see. I don't have any profitable blocks. Am I scared to go to 9? Can they kill me in the air next turn? 1, 2, 3, 6, no. So I don't think I'm going to chump. It wouldn't even save much. This thing would ping me. Still kind of in a losing spot, but I mean, if I draw a removal, then it becomes extremely tight, I think. Shieldmate was a pretty fortunate draw for them. Obviously, now I can't really attack in a Shieldmate and have them get that back. And leave 1/1s behind. I may have to, but I'm going to play the land so I have maximum ability to cast my boast cards. I'm going to take this turn off just like I did last time. And next turn, we'll see what we draw. If there's any way I can get a win here. It's not looking good, I would say, but maybe we can draw removal. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I forgot the tokens get enhanced when equipped. So I miscounted. 3, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, it's still only 8, though. Coal's a really good magic card. I mean, I have 2 Demon Bolts. Unfortunate we didn't really draw an answer to Coal here. Yeah, 2/4 flyer would be interesting. Squash, but it's on the bottom. So Agar only helps by giving me a card with Craven Hulk, but that does help. If I play it for 3, I have 3 left to work with, though. That's not great, because they can always throw chump blockers in front of these cavalries. I only have 1 boast, though. So I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to play Agar pre-combat or not. How can I win? Is it possible? I'm not sure. Does this make a flyer? No. So I'm going to need blockers. So I think I do not want to play the Agar pre-combat. I mean, I partly want to, but I think I shouldn't. If I play the Agar and I boast, I can't even cast Demon Bolt unless they let one of these picks connect. Yeah, I think it's better to not tap for Agar. It's definitely pretty close. I guess Cole is the one I'd rather kill between those two at this point. Now let's boast, see what we get. Hopefully something good. Well, that neither flies nor kills the 1 flyer left. This game ended up being pretty close. I mean, not saying we would have won, but if we did hit the flyer or the removal, it's possible. But now I think we're just dead. I'll do my best. I mean, I don't want to see Ewan make money betting against me, so try and rattle off those, what, 2 straight wins. We're 3-2. Okay, we can do this. 5 is my official goal now, just because Ewan bet we'd get less than 5 wins. Thanks, Mr. Fancy Pants. Yeah, after this draft, I'll pop in real quick. It's a good reminder for everybody else, too. I mean, never pass on free stuff, right? Like, it's, you know, obviously Wizards offers this to try and get free-to-play players to log in every day and stuff like that. That's fine. Nothing wrong with giving away something to keep people using your product. But we'll take advantage of it, right? If we're on playing anyway, like, we'll take free gold and free gems. Like, why wouldn't we? So, this is draft 1. I got a late start today. I will show you after I finish this draft run. I'm gonna real quickly go to the store and grab the free gems. If you want to do it now, if you just go to the store and then you go to like daily deals, I think. I haven't actually checked yet, but somebody said they had free gems today. So sometimes I play the 2-drop and sometimes I boast. Given it's not a story seeker and given I have a bunch of lands in hand, I think it's better to boast and get the bodies. I've always been told it's better to pay with gold, but I don't know the calculations or the conversion. I'm sure somebody out there knows way better than me. So we already have 5 lands, so I think I'd rather get the Helm in play than get a tap land in play. They're both effectively spending 1, but we can delay paying for the tap land until later in the game since we have such a land-heavy hand. This is actually kind of good strategy that doesn't come up that much. The more lands you have in your hand, the less worried you are about getting your tap land in play, assuming you don't need it for a colored mana source, because you know you can play this turn 7, and by then you'll have spent all the rest of your mana that you wanted to spend. Let's pretend, on the other hand, I was worried about needing to squash on turn 5, which I very well might to stay alive. I might need to squash that flyer. If I had only 3, 4, 5 lands, I might need to get the tap land in play as soon as I have a reasonable opportunity to ensure I have 5 lands for squash on turn 5. But now I'm not worried about that because, you know, as always with my 16 land beatdown decks, I draw 100 lands. But even though they're winning the race handily, as long as they don't have more flyers, I mean, we're way up on board. I have the squash for the Battlefield Raptor, so hopefully they just don't add any more flyers to the board. Okay, so I can squash on their turn, right? Even run amok wouldn't save it. Because if I squash now, they can move the equipment. So I think here we just leave the 1/1s up to block the Ravager, attack with the Cavalry. Well, if I wait a turn, I can squash for 2 and have a way better turn, but I'll get a 1. That's too risky. So, oh yeah, and then I'll be dead to the Helm or something, so that's bad. So we'll just attack with the Cavalry here. Well, now I'm not going to wait to squash. I don't really see much of a reason to give them, like, outs. I didn't want to just auto-squash before because they could move the +3/+0 and trample to the Ravager. Even though it wouldn't be lethal, it would deal me a bunch of damage. But now I'm not going to let them possibly have some way to save it. I don't even know what it is. Well, that's actually really bad because it lethals me next turn. So now I'm going to lose again. But there's no way around that. It's not like taking the hit from the Raptor would have prevented the Raptor or the Valkyrie from being lethal next turn. The second flyer just does me in here, I think. You get to profit off me, Yuan. You get to profit off me. I'm not happy about this. All right. I think I did 1 off-stream draft and also went 3-3. So I think I'm 6-6 on the season so far. Good stuff. So I'm going to go right into the next draft in a second. But for anybody who's never seen this, here's the free gems thing. You just go to the store, go to deals right here, and then you see you can get 400 gems for 1,500 gold or 300 gems. Does anybody know which is better? Should I pay with the 1,500 gold or the 300 gems? Which of those is worth less? All right. I trust Genis and Biocanary. They both said gold. So, free money. We like free money, right? I think the cool kids online call that stonks. Good point, Ottawa. Since I only use both golden gems for one thing, really, I should just convert everything based on the price of a draft. You are correct. All right, new draft, new red-white beatdown deck. Magda is pretty busted in red-white aggro. Otherwise, I'm not forcing red-white. If I draft red-white all day, it's just a coincidence. I actually like red-white aggro. I like blue-red giants, and I like snow control. But if I had to rank them, I like snow control the best. I like blue-red giant second, and I like aggro third in this format. But Magda is the best card in this pack, I think. I mean, Magda is a lot better than Demon Bolt in red-white, in my opinion. The argument for Demon Bolt, though, is that you can splash it in snow and things like that. Like, if I was already Boros, or Rakdos aggro, or what, it doesn't even have to be Boros. If I was Rakdos aggro, I would take Magda over Demon Bolt by a substantial amount. The only argument, like I said, though, for Demon Bolt here is that it's a good splash in a snow, and Magda's useless in snow. That said, I think, like I talked about a lot last draft, getting premium creatures for your aggro decks is a lot more important than getting good removal. To be clear, I'm never, ever, 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 I didn't say ever enough times, cutting a Demon Bolt from any aggro deck. The point is, in order to make space for all your removal, like Demon Bolt, and all your equipment, and runes to go on the equipment, you end up having to cut like a Run Amok or a Tormenting Helm or something like that. Whereas your creatures are usually not that great. Alright, pretty easy follow-up to Magda. The best card in the first pack we opened was red. The best card in this pack is red. Don't sleep on Fearless Liberator. This card does not look busted, and look, it's not a mythic uncommon, but it's a good uncommon. I mean, if you play this turn 2 on the play and they don't have a 2-drop, it can almost single-handedly win the game. That means on turn 3 you get to attack and make a 2-1 without spending a card, and then on turn 4 you get off and get to attack again, trade it for something, and make another 2-1. Like, this card can run away with some games. And even if they play a 2-drop and trade with it, you're still making a 2-1 on turn 3. So your 2-drop killed their 2-drop and netted you a free 2-1 creature. That's a pretty big game. I would not even consider Rune over Liberator unless I already had, like, you know, the Runed Helm or something like that. So now we have to make our first, like, well, I guess Demon Bolt or Magda was a first choice because, again, Demon Bolt's splashable and Snow Magda isn't. Fearless Liberator second was by miles. Third pick, we have another close choice. Bounding Gold's the best card in this pack by a pretty substantial margin, but Firewalker's directly on color, so that's a relatively close pick. That said, if I'm drafting red aggro stuff, I'm willing to play red-black. But that's when you're seeing Poison the Cup, Feed the Serpent, etc., and we're not. If we're seeing third pick Bound and Gold, and we're not seeing Feed the Cup, Poison the Cup, Feed the Serpent, etc., I'm going to end up red-white. So I'm going to take Bound and Gold. Okay, so now Bergstrider's the best card in the pack. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with Blue-Red Giants with Magda and Fearless Liberator. I mean, even though you have less dwarfs, the ramp is better. But these cards do want to go in aggro. The Cavalry does work really well with Magda. But a fourth pick Bergstrider does say something, and we might get like the picks and be able to do... Well, I guess the Bergstrider's not as good off the free splash. You have to have blue snow lands. I think it's a pretty close pick between the Bergstrider and the Cavalry. Blue-red tempo, aggro-style Giants, totally real. I think Cavalry is so much more replaceable, and we'll probably table a red card out of this pack with Cavalry, Berserker, and Helm. And if we do end up Blue-red Giants, we'll table Invasion maybe. So I think I'm actually going to take the Bergstrider here. Bergstrider is just a lot better of a card than Cavalry, Breakneck, Berserker, and Helm. These are all fine cards for aggro, but this might be the fourth best common in the set. So maybe we'll still go red-blue. We'll see what's in the packs. I think we're a massive favorite to end up red-white, not red-blue. But I don't think I'm going to miss that one Axguard Cavalry that much if we go red-white, whereas I will miss the Bergstrider if we go red-blue. Okay, so nothing exciting really for red-white or blue. It's basically Dwarven Reinforcements or a Helm. They're both fine. Neither one is exceptional. Reinforcements decent with Magda. They are dwarves, right? Probably pretty close. If we go red-blue, I'd much rather have Reinforcements than Helm. That deck needs equipment a lot less. I generally like Helm more than Reinforcements in red-white, but I guess already having a Magda, I'll take the Reinforcements. Plus, we're still between blue and white, potentially. So I'm not going to have to make that choice this pick. I'm just going to take the red aggro card, see whether we get pushed into white or blue. I don't know which it's going to be. But there's Snow-Covered Island, there's Shieldmate, they're near filler level cards. Doesn't seem like we're seeing blue giant stuff, and this is a 7th pick Axguard Cavalry. So my guess is red-white. And I mean, Magda is better in red-white, but the thing is, like, your giants cost more mana, so the treasures are, like, even more useful in the red-blue, so it's still fine. Play an attack, get a treasure, whatever. Tap a Cavalry, get a treasure. Like, you can make good use of Magda in red-blue giants. You can't make good use of Magda in, like, a snow deck off the splash or something like that. There's nothing here we really want, so I guess we actually just want to consider, like, black cards. I mean, we're obviously... This draft, we're 100% to play red, and we have no second color. I guess the land is better if we go black-red than the 2-drop. They're both pretty good. Yeah, I could have took the 5/6 giant, but the thing is you only want so many of those. I think that card's pretty bad. I'm actually pretty high on the 7/6 giant for 7 and pretty low on the 6-mana 5/6 flash giant. I'm not saying, like, either one is great, either one is unplayable, but I much prefer my top end to be the 7/6 for 7 than the 5/6 for 6. So here it's Jarl for red-black or Crush the Weak for red-blue, nothing for red-white aggro. I think we haven't seen nearly good enough black to be considering black, really. Okay, Rune of Speed came back. That's pretty nice. Don't think these cards super matter. Doomscore Oracle's a filler creature. Berserker's just a fine, solid 3-drop. You'll play any number of if your deck's aggro, but you don't care about. It's just... Though red has 2 common 3-drops, Breakneck Berserker and Tuskeri Firewalker. I think Tuskeri Firewalker is excellent, and Breakneck Berserker is just exactly playable. Like, I'm pretty much never cutting Breakneck Berserkers for my aggro deck unless I'm flooded with good cards, but I also just don't care if I have any. It's like dead average card or whatever for those kind of decks. So now we have a choice, because, I mean, Squash and Breakneck Berserker are fine, nothing really good for red-white aggro. I mean, Agar is a reason to push towards red-blue. Agar is excellent. But, I mean, we don't have red damage removal. Our deck does, like, want to be red-white more than red-blue. But, I mean, for red-white, we're literally taking a Breakneck Berserker or Squash. So I think we definitely will take Agar and just see what comes the rest of the way. I really don't think we're seeing giants. Remember there was a red-blue giant saga and that didn't table? So that means there's at least another giant player in our pod, probably. And we didn't see any more blue, really, after the Bergstrider. I'm only taking this Agar because it's basically a free roll. Like, we might get past a blue broken rare or something this pack. But, and there was basically no white or red cards in that pack. Like, we might table that Breakneck Berserker, and we already have plenty of playables, and I just don't care at all whether we get that Breakneck Berserker or not. But, like, I think white-red is definitely more likely for us than blue-red in the seat by quite a bit. Yeah, so this pack, there's Gold Maul, which, again, is pretty mediocre. I mean, we could still consider black-red. Even though it's a land, this is a good card in an aggro deck. I mean, this card is also quite good in an aggro deck if you're threatening their life and then you play the Lantern. Or if you're on the defensive, you can play the God of Fright. I think that I would take, like, even a medium-quality white or red card here. Like, if there was, like, Tuskeri Firewalker or, like, you know, the 3/2 flyer for 4 white common, I would take those because I expect to be white-red and not black. But I think if my choice is Tegrid or Gold Maw Champion, I think I might as well take Tegrid. But I would take, like I said, even a mediocre quality white or red card there. But there was basically nothing that I actually wanted. So we can take the Immerstrom Skullkarn, I guess. Continue our meandering into that. Or we could take the Bergstrider. I will have to pick up the red and blue Snowlands, but we would have Agar and double Bergstrider. So this is a pretty interesting pick. I'm not going to take the Snowland, I don't think, unless I already have a third color, like something I'm going to splash. Which I mean, I could splash Bound and Gold, but I don't really care. I think I would rather just grab, like, the Bergstrider or the land. Both this land and this Bergstrider are excellent for red aggro. Like, I just have to guess at which color I'm going to play with it. But, yeah, second Bergstrider and Agar is pretty strong. Alright, so now I'll grab the Veil because we need Snowlands for our Bergstriders. So we're looking red-blue. We didn't see any white this pack. Going to be an aggressive Giants build, but I mean, I'm still probably not going to play Fearless Pup in Giants. So I guess maybe a Stroke. Sometimes I do main a Stroke in Giants. So we could take the land. I really love these lands. But we are a pretty aggressive version with a lot of small creatures. So I think Firewalker's better for us. Pick up a mountain while it's not over much. Again, with 2 Bergstriders. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We need 1 Snowland per game, but a second Snowland does nothing for us. So we really want to end up with like 4 Snowlands or so, but we don't need to get like 10, like that, or 8 or 6, really. We just want like 3 or 4 so we have 1 almost every game. Well, blue-red duel, don't mind if I do. That helps us splash if we want to. I don't know if we will or won't, but that Axgard Cavalry is nice, but that's a good opportunity to lock up the double on color Snowland. That's green, so we can't really use that one. So I don't think any of these are super playable for us. I guess we could do a light white splash for Bound and Gold with Shimmerdrift Veil, especially if we pick up a pick or something. I think white as a main color is definitely, that ship has sailed. So I don't know if, I mean, we're 100% to play red. We might do a little, like, red-black splash the 2 Bergstriders and Agar, or I guess we could still red-white splash. Our blue cards are pretty splashable, actually. Like, I'm not saying we want to splash them, but 2 Bergstriders and, like, Agar could come in off the splash if that's what we want to do. So I guess we're pretty much only committed to red at this point. Yeah, we could splash Tegrid in these lands. They're single black to sack, so they're decent to splash as well. Like I said, we're pretty much only committed to red. This is a really good Giants card, though. Like, even though it's not the best with some of our aggressive stuff, I mean, this card is still just a total bomb rare. You play this, and I mean, you have a 7/7 and picks up all their stuff. Sometimes it doesn't even pick up some of your other stuff. So I think this is going to push us into blue-red pretty clearly. I mean, there's not good, like, otherwise it would be like Firewalker, you know, like, I mean, it would be Glimpse, but that's also a blue-red Giants card. Thank you, Mr. Pibb. Appreciate the subscription. So, yeah, I think pretty clearly that pushes us towards red-blue. That's like a blue broken rare. So, I think this is a deck that will play Seize the Spoils, given we might splash, given we have a 7-drop. But I think I'd rather grab this Frostpire here. Somehow we meandered into a Giants control deck unexpectedly after pick 3. It's not even an pack 3. It's not even an aggressive Giants deck at this point. But Invasion of the Giants to lessen our 7-drop. Don't mind if I do. And, I mean, we're pretty good on Snowlands. We already have 3, and we can still pick up, like, 1 more. Probably this will table. Rune of Flight is good, but we don't actually have much in the way of equipment or any. We might get some, but I think Invasion with a 7-drop is better. So here's a good opportunity to pick up a blue-white Snowland if we want to splash Bound and Gold. Goldville pick might be better for us, though. We have this card, so we do want a potential artifact or dragon to search for. Changelings are dragons, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, and snow mountains aren't the toughest to get because red's not like really a snow color. How's pick in our deck? It's pretty good. Like we can ramp out a 7-drop and Bergstriders. I think I want a first pick here. You have to pick the pick, right? You're required to. If I knew I was going to get another one the very next pick, I might not have picked the pick, but now I don't know. I mean, we could play this land. If we do the light white splash, this is single white, and we have Bound and Gold. Could obviously just take another pick. We do have a red rune already. I think this land will work out quite well in our deck. I think we'll do the very light white splash. Because we already have 2 auras, including a Bound and Gold to go get, which is quite a good one, and then a rune is, you know, not bad. And then we have the 1 equipment. Hopefully we can pick up, like, 1 more equipment this pack. Okay, well, I guess this one is also single white, and it's a white one, good to sack, you know, blue, our main color. Otherwise, it's like Inga, which, I mean, is fine in our deck, but I don't think we really care about it. I think we have plenty of playables. Play, like, 17 lands with the 7-drop, and we have, like, 3 sack lands, so we shouldn't flood or screw. Now we can get another pick. Life is good. Always pick the pick. We're not going to splash white for Battle Shield Warriors or anything. That's a good card in a white-red aggro. So this draft went like an interesting direction, to say the least. Frostbite should be fine for us. It'll even deal 3 sometimes. Again, 1 sees the spoil. Totally fine in a deck like this. Coal tabling. Wow, red-white was way more open than it seemed. I wish we had seen more white in pack 2. We could have definitely drafted a little bit better over red-white aggro, but I think we did all right with our blue. Summoner, Aegir, double Bergstrider. Now we'll get another rune. So we're going to do red-blue with a very light white splash. We're going to end up with too many tap lands if I try and play those black lands and the white. But the white is, like, pretty free. Like, we won't put a single basic plains. We'll just play these 2 sack lands, the Shimmer-Drift Veil, and then we have our 2 Gold Vein picks, and we have a Magda to make treasures, and a Seize the Spoils to make treasures. Hey, we got a Legend raid. Thank you for the raid, Legend. Really appreciate the support. I know everybody here is already familiar with him, but if you're not, go check him out. He does mostly limited, at least used to. Hopefully still doing mostly limited these days. Also has an excellent YouTube channel. Speaking of excellent YouTube channels, if any of y'all missed it, I did a draft video with Nikolai Bolas last weekend. If you like draft videos, you've got to follow this guy. I mean, he makes like a video a day. It's unreal. And he does good stuff. You know, he's great at explaining things. And, you know, I usually do like about 1 draft every set with him. Definitely check out Nikolai Bolas' YouTube. Tegrid is splashable, but I don't think it's good enough to splash. Like, I think with we'd rather splash Bound and Gold. Because, like, these white sack lands are nice, right? They're red, and blue to sack, so we can sack those, too. Brendan, for a deck for last cuts, go into the What's the Cut in our Discord and just post a picture of your, like, pool. And then we'll, you know, build the deck, but leave in all the cards you're considering, so we don't have to look through all the unplayables on the sideboard. But just post a screenshot of, like, you know, the 43 or 46 or whatever you're considering, and then we'll fire it up on screen. But all you really have to do is redeem, and then put a picture of the deck in What's the Cuts. All right, so let's see. We have a Snow Plains. How are we on Snowlands for the double Bergstrider? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's plenty. I don't want to put a basic Plains in this deck. Because, I mean, we're going to have 1 Bound and Gold for total white cards. And, like, we have the Armory, the Veil, the Gates, and then we have, like, 3 things that make treasures or so. 2 or 3. No, 4 things. 2 picks, Magda, and Seize. So that's tons for 1 Bound and Gold. All right. Hey, that's all right. Brendan, you've been donating a ton and stuff like that and a great supporter of this channel for years. If you want, go post it and we'll do a What's the Cuts for you anyway. You got 1 free on me for all of the great support for this channel you've done for the past 2 years. No redemption necessary. All Okay, so let's see. So we have plenty of early drops. So what are we cutting? We could cut Crush the Week. I mean, we have lots of things it kills. I mean, we would know when it's coming. We could also put the pick on a 2/2. So Crush the Week is kind of close in the stack. I would say it's not an auto cut nor an auto include. Hey, thanks, Murdoch. Appreciate that subscription. Speaking of great support, I see you've been subscribed for 23 months. That's pretty much the entire time I've been streaming. Really appreciate it. So, let's see. I mean, this could just be about right if we're not creature light. 12's a little low, but it's not too bad. We're a deck that can close with big creatures. This is really a creature or two. This card like scries and draws cards or whatever, so it's basically, it's not a creature, but it's more like having a 39 card deck. I mean, I was assuming I would play 17 lands, and I still probably will with all these sack lands. We could go to 16 with double pick and invasion and 2 runes, but I think we still want 17 because we have 3 lands that sack. I mean, this might just be right. We don't really have much in the sideboard. I don't want to play this 1/3. Our spells are not expensive. I hate Raven Form. I pretty much only play that in like Blue-White Flyers, Foretell, Synergy decks, or if I have like multiple sweepers. Dual Strike. Again, if you have a ton of great spells to copy, but we don't. Yeah, maybe this is just right. Let me do the mana. So there's no planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Oh, it's 16 because I cut the planes. So if we want to play 17 lands, we can cut the one worst card. So, I mean, the Snow Plains wouldn't be the worst. Maybe we play it because it helps us sack the Armory and the Gates. It kind of turns those into spells. I don't think we need a white source at all. Like, we have 2 Gold Vein picks, Magda, Seize the Spoils, Shimmerdrift Veil, Axguard Armory, and Gates. And I don't think we need a Snowland for Bergstriders too badly. Obviously, the more the better, but we have 4, which is, you know, you have 1 of 4 almost every game. The reason to play the Plains would be primarily because it helps with Axguard Armory or Gates of turn those into spells. So, like, right now, this is 16 lands, which we have enough blue and red. We could play 16 lands. I mean, this is 2 mana draw a card. This makes treasures, 2 mana draw a card, draw and scry. These make treasures. But we could also play 17 lands, because we could always sack lands if we're getting flooded and we have some expensive cards. So I'm kind of in between another red or blue, the Snow Plains, running it as is, basically. Obviously, I'll balance the blue and red. Or cutting, like, the weakest card for, like an Island, a Mountain, or the Snow Plains. All of that seems pretty reasonable. Oh, cool. We got another Final Cuts, too. Thank you for redeeming, Deft. And post a screenshot of the deck you want us to take a look at in the What's the Cut, and then we will check it out and do that. For anybody who hasn't seen the channel rewards we have, they're pretty new. What's the Cut? You post a picture of your deck in our What's the Cut Discord. We'll download it, throw it up on screen, talk about what our last couple cuts would be, do the mana, and give you some good feedback on your deck. Stipulation draft, you come up with a stipulation, like, you know, you have to take every rare you see, or, you know, you have to draft green, you have to take a green card, any pack that has a green card, like whatever stipulation you'd like, and then I do a draft under that stipulation, kind of fun, kind of different, and then the commentating is, you will do a draft and screen share with me, and I will stream your draft and commentate over it live with the chat. So, like, you do your draft, and then you can go back and watch the VOD after, and you can get, like, a full analysis of your draft. Just the draft portion, but the whole draft. $1 mil for a private coaching session? Yeah, maybe. We may throw something like that up, like an hour coaching session at something pretty expensive. Definitely, that's an idea. It is a low curve for Giants. Yeah, we're kind of between 16 and 17 right now. Could definitely be, I mean, I'll balance the blue and red regardless, but for right now, we're going to have plenty of blue and plenty of red, because, like, you know, this is a blue-red duel, this is a blue-red duel, plus we have, like, blue and red cards that draw cards, so, like, and a bunch of red treasure making, so, like, what I'm really trying to figure out right now is whether we want a 17th land at all, and then, I don't know the answer to that. Do we have any cards here we don't want? Depart the Realm looks pretty bad in this deck. We're not really a tempo deck. I know we have some haste and stuff, but we also have late game. I think I'd rather have a land than a Depart the Realm in this deck. And then let me check our sources. So we're currently on 5, 6, 7 blue, which looks good because we have the red treasure making and a bunch of it, like 4 cards or something, counting the picks. And then 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 red. So that's actually probably correct. So I'm going to put in the plains for another snowland, but really the primary reason for this plains is not because it's a snowland for the 2 Bergstriders, because it's our 5th one. It's because we have 2 white sack lands. So, like, if we draw, like, plains and gates or plains and armory, then that can turn these into powerful spells. And they're both pretty good spells. We have, like, 2 equipment and 3 auras, and including a bound and gold. And we have, the other one is just draw 2. So they're actually pretty good lands to turn into spells. Okay, so I see Mad Gummer redeemed pronunciation. What's the word, Mad Gummer? What word do you want me to say? So let me see if anybody who did the What's the Cuts, because we got one from Brendan and one from Deft. Let me see if they posted in the Discord. We're going to get into this draft shortly, but I want to hit their What's the Cuts up if they've already posted them, so they don't have to wait until the end of the run. Okay, I see them both, so we'll do them in the order I received them. So for anybody who hasn't seen this, we'll spend a few minutes on each one, and what we're going to do is just look at their decks, talk about them, and cut the cards, because the point of this is, obviously, if you have exactly 40, unless you just want to brag about how great your deck is, then you wouldn't submit it. But if you have, a bunch of playables, some decks are hard to build and interesting. So let's see what we have. Okay, so this is Brandon's deck. Not that it matters. Brendan, and yeah, okay, so 41 cards at the moment, but the sideboard is up there. So it's a blue-white splash black for Poison the Cup. Poison the Cup's a good card to splash for, though I don't love having to throw 3 swamps in the deck. 8, 6, 3. But you do have mostly blue cards. Goldvein Pick in the sideboard. That can help with the fixing. And yeah, you have a bunch of 1/3s and a Raptor and stuff. I would almost certainly want to go 1 less swamp. And oh wow, and 4 Beholds too. Yeah, so you can splash pretty well. I definitely wouldn't play 3 swamps. So Behold, even if we don't put Pick in the deck, Behold is like pseudo fixing because it sees so many cards. So like, if you see your poison and you don't have a swamp, you can scry to the bottom. If you're digging for your swamp, you can bottom like, weak blue and white spells in any plains or island. So yeah, with this much Behold as like pseudo fixing, I would definitely only run 2 swamps. As far as whether I'd play Pick, I mean, this isn't a deck that wants Pick at all. This is really a very controlling deck with a low creature count, so I don't really want to. So I don't think I would change much here. How many giants do you have? Because even though I really don't like the Undersea Invader, if it's letting you flash back Glimpse, that's a good card, and it doesn't look like you have very many giants. I see Frostpyre Arcanist and Giant's Amulet. Yeah, so my inclinations would be to play 1 more island over the 3rd swamp for sure. Poison single black off the Foretell, and it's a 1-card splash. And, 3 is a good number for a 1-card splash, but with 4 Beholds, and, you even have more card drawing, 2 Glimpse, Raven's Warning, 4 Beholds, Nico Defies Destiny to get it back. This deck can dig through itself. So I think this is a 2-swamp, not a 3-swamp deck. Other than that, I'm not making too many changes. I'm probably cutting, like I said, I'm cutting a swamp for an island, 100%. And then, what is the weakest card to cut? Is there anything in the sideboard we want? I don't want to play the Pick. There's not enough creatures, which is fine to have. This creature count is totally fine. Most of your cards don't rely on creatures and draw cards and stuff. But I'm definitely not trying to play Pick in this deck. Yeah, the Raptor with only 6 planes and not being an aggro deck and not having equipment, that's probably the cut. It is kind of nice to have a little flyer, I think, with Raven's Warning to ensure you get the card if they kill the bird. Nico Defies isn't great, but with 4 Beholds in a blue-white deck and 3 Ravens, I'm going to play it. If that card gets you back, like, a good Foretell card, it's worth playing. The thing is about Nico is, like, if it's ever not getting you back a Behold card, then it's a dead card, and when it is working, it's not that good. So the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But with this deck, I mean, you have, like, whatever, 10 good Foretell cards or something, and the rest of the cards are card drawing. Like, I think the Black Splash is worth it because you dig through your deck so well. I think you don't need 3 swamps. I think you can just play 2. But my inclination here, I would cut a swamp for an island, and yeah, I'd probably cut Raptor. I think Raptor's probably the weakest card, especially off only 6 planes, which I think is the right number because you have all this blue card drawing. So you can keep a hand without a planes and then just behold into your planes and glimpse into your planes. So you want the 9th blue, not the 7th white, because you have all this pseudo-fixing with 2 glimpse and 4 behold. So for me, I would just cut swamp for an island, and I would cut Raptor. I don't think there's anything in the sideboard. Maybe the Undersea Invader, because you don't have many giants, and flashing back a glimpse can be game-winning. Oh yeah, Master Scald actually looks decent. Good point. With Nico's Defy and Raven's Warning, yeah, Master Scald is decent in this kind of a deck. I mean, you're not going to have many creatures in the yard, but I mean, it only takes 1. I don't really want to cut the Harbingers. Remember, I'm actually almost want to play the 4th, because remember, you have 4 Beholds here, so like, turn 2 Harbinger, turn 3 cast Behold is just awesome. Yeah, the cuts are hard from this deck. I can see why you submitted it. So obviously the Frostpyre Arcanist is busted because it's going to search for Behold like every time. Yeah, I think the Raptor is like a pretty clear cut. Harbinger, whatever. Words, sounds, pronunciation. That's what we do here, right? Cabo Maldez, you got a word for me for the pronunciation? I don't think Stroke is not mainable in a deck like this. Like, I think it's fine, but I think it's going to be worse than anything you have out already. I mean, you could go to 16 lands as long as you're not cutting blue sources, but I'd want the 9th blue, so I don't know if I'm comfortable with going to 5 white or not. Although 5 white is not as bad as it sounds with 4 Behold, 2 Glimpse. That does see a lot of cards. But I do agree Master Scald should probably be in this deck. Because this is a late game oriented deck with 2 good sagas. Well, 2 sagas to get back. I won't call them good sagas, but... So I think, yeah, I think whoever suggested that is right. I don't... Furnace Dragon, yeah. I don't necessarily want to cut... Harbinger. But let me see. I think I want to just cut... I think I want to play 1 less land. Especially because... You have all these ways to dig up white sources, and your white cards aren't particularly early cards, because we're going to get rid of Raptor. So I think my final cuts here are minus Raptor, minus a Plains, minus a Swamp, but plus an Island. So I think I'm minus a Plains, minus a Swamp, minus Raptor, and, like, probably minus, like, Run Ashore, I guess, even though it's pretty good with all the Harbingers. But, I mean, you're not a tempo deck. So I think I would cut Raptor, Run Ashore, and Plains and a Swamp. And then I think I would add in, and this is 1 card over, so that's 4 cards out. I'm adding in 3 cards. 1 Island, because we're going down to 16, but we want to have 9 blue. And then I would add in the 2 spells we talked about, Master Scald and Undersea Invader. I wouldn't play the Invader if you didn't have double Glimpse, but being able to bring back Glimpse is pretty important. So I like cut a Swamp, cut a Plains, cut Raptor, and cut Run Ashore, and put in Undersea Invader, Master Scald, and an Island. That would be my changes. And next, we're going to take a look at Def's deck, and then we'll get into the next draft. Well, that draft, playing out the Red-Blue Giants deck I just drafted. But here's Def's. Good luck, Brendan. Let us know how you do. Okay, so the only thing in this picture is cut off is the number of cards. I'll just count. 17, 20, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 37, 39, 42, 48, it looks like. Oh, no problem. Okay, so 48. Obviously, it's a pretty high power level. But you do want, like, a bunch of cheap stuff. I would like to get to 16 land pretty badly if we can, because with the code spell clerics and stuff, flooding is a huge problem for decks like this, even though your top end is pretty good. Also, if you're stuck on lands with all those cheap creatures, you'll probably just cast Valkyries for 2 by exiling a creature. I know that Maya's incredible, and of course I would never cut that. But and Elderleaf Mentor is pretty good with the Warhorn Blast and the Maya too, but still, those are your only cards that actually cost 4 or more. So I could definitely see cutting 1 land. As far past that, it's not going to be easy because the card quality is pretty high. Spectral Steel looks like a pretty easy cut. Like, it's a fine card, but you're like a go wide, pump the team deck. You don't need like the 1 ore to pump the 1 creature. The Ox count, I mean, there's no way we're going to squeeze Ox Plow into this deck. I mean, we already are, it's an aggro deck, firstly, so an 06 is a really bad draw if you don't draw the Plow, but also, like, we're already at 48, and we have to cut good cards. Like, this deck has a ton of, like, you know, synergy for the little creatures and stuff. It's not going to be easy to cut 8 cards from this deck, so I think there's no way Ox Plow is in consideration. Yeah, the Effigy isn't great, but it's decent with the Clarion Spirit and the Codespell Clerics, but, I mean, it'll probably end up getting cut. I actually really like the cheap creatures like the Codespells in this deck, because you have a bunch of ways to pump them. You can pump them with your picks, and then you can pump the whole team later with 2 Warhorn Blasts and a Maya. And you have a Fall of the Imposter to curve out, so I actually really like all the Codespell Clerics. I'm not saying we won't cut one, but, like, they're not an easy cut from this deck. So, I mean, my first cuts from this deck, I think, are the Scorn Effigies, the Spectral Steel, definitely a land. 10 planes is plenty. I know that you're really heavy white with a lot of cheap cards, but you even have 2 Goldvale picks. And, like, Goldvale pick's not going to unlock your white cards. You have to draw planes every game, but it can give you the second white to cast Maya or to double spell or something like that. So I think 10 planes, 6 forest would be my mana base. So that means 7 cuts if we play 10 planes, 6 forest. And then we have to cut 7 more cards. And I think 2 Scorn Effigies, Spectral Steel are pretty easy 3. So that leaves us 4 more cuts. I mean, we could cut the Bow. I like the Bow a lot in Green Snow decks because of reach and losing in the air to flyers. But this deck is going to curve out. Your cards are cheap. You're going to be on the offensive most games. So I think the Bow is pretty cuttable from this deck. It's not a bad card, but I mean, none of the cards we're going to end up cutting are going to be bad in the deck. And I think the Bow is, like, kind of expensive and defensive. I think the Bow is underrated in Snow because that's a control ramp deck that wants to play long games and not lose to flyers. The Valkyries are excellent. Like, I'm not saying with 4, like, you don't end up cutting one possibly, but that's going to be, like, if I have to cut. But I think the Bow is my next card out. So we're making 7 cuts because I'm cutting 1 land. I'm cutting a plains for sure. 10 plains, 6 forests is totally fine with 2 picks. So I think that, like, the 2 Effigies, the Bow, the Spectral Steel, that means we have to cut 3 more cards. So now, what can we cut? Codespell Cleric's cuttable. Raptor, I think, is better than Codespell Cleric with 2 Gold Vein picks and ways to pump your flyers to finish them off. Shieldmate is the worst of the 2s, though it's pretty good. Mass Vandals are actually probably cuttable in this deck as well. Divine Gambit, I mean, I think that card is just excellent. I think that people just don't understand that card just kills anything on turn 6. Like, yeah, it's an aggro deck, but it's not like you have 5 of them and you're going to draw 3 of them and not be able to do things. You'll just do everything else, and then on turn 6 or 7, you just kill their best thing. Warhorn is pretty good in this deck. I'm not saying it's impossible that it will be our last cut, but, like, Maya makes tokens, Mentor makes 2 things, lots of small creatures, Shieldmates leave 1/1s behind. I mean, we have to make 3 more cuts after Plains, Bow, 2 Effigies, and Spectral Steel. I think that's a lot of Codespell Clerics. I think they're fine in this deck, but I think I would cut, like, 1 Cleric for sure, maybe 1 Warhorn Blast, and then maybe, like, 1 more Cleric. I think I want to keep all the shield mates, because we have so many ways to push them through, so I think I like them. I really like both Blasts in this deck, too, but if we cut a Vandal, because, like, this is a pretty aggressive deck, let's say, how many creatures does that leave us with if we play both Warhorn Blasts and we make the cuts I said? Maya, 4 Valkyries, Mentor, that's 6, Starham Courser 7, 3 Shieldmates is 10, Clarion's 11, Story Seekers 12, 2 Code Spells is 14, and Raptors 15. Yeah, we're going to have enough creatures anyway. Yeah, maybe you can keep both Blasts and cut, cut the Vandal, especially because we only have 6 forests. That's enough, but it is an early drop. So cutting green cards is better than cutting white cards. So I think I like cutting Vandal, Bow, 2 Code Spell Clerics. That's 4. Spectral Steel makes 5. 2 Effigies makes 7, and the Plains makes 8. I think I want to keep both Blast. I think that's my 8. I think I cut 1 Plains, 2 Effigies, Masked Vandal, Spectral Steel, 2 Cold Spell Clerics, and Bow. Yeah, I don't want to splash Seraph. We're not going to be able to... We don't have, like... I guess we have the 1 white-black duel in the board, too, for a free source. But I was going to say, because like we don't have, like, Shimmerdrift Veils. I mean... And this deck, like I said, is pretty aggressive. I'm not sure that Seraph's even that good in it. Like, obviously, if Seraph was green-white 1, you'd snap play it, but... Pick is just awesome with all these little creatures. I don't think you want to be cutting Pick. You just throw Pick on your shield mate, and then they have to trade, and you get a 1-1 behind, or you're hitting for 3 and getting treasures. Oh, that's a white-blue land? Okay, well then never mind. Because, like, without a free source or 2, there's no way we're putting Seraph in this deck, because we can't put Swamps in over Plains or Forest. When I thought that was a white-black pathway, it starts to become close, because it's like, alright, you can cut a Plains for that, it's free, and then you got the 2 picks, maybe we can squeak in exactly 1 Swamp, but yeah, no, if that's a white-blue one, then there's no debate on the Seraph. So yeah, that's my cuts. Are you there, Def? It's up to you. I mean, I think everyone can see this picture clearly. Obviously, Arena's more clear. So if you want to give me an exportable deck list, yeah, I have all the cards, then I can just bring it up in Arena, and it'll look even better. So yeah, that's a good idea. So for anybody doing What's the Cuts, you can either give me the deck list, you know, that I can just copy and then import, or you can give me the picture. Either one works. All right, 2 What's the Cuts. Thank you, Deft. Thank you, Brendan Morales. Now let's get back to our Blue-Red Giants deck. For anybody who forgot, since we just built 2 other decks, here's what we just drafted. Blue-Red Giants, we're splashing Bound. We've got the Oxguard Armory, the Gates, Magda, some Treasure Making, 2 Bergstriders, Summoner, etc., etc. This is draft number 2. Are you betting on me instead of against me this time, you won? This hand's bad, but I think it's a keep. Land-heavy hands are better on the play. Land-light hands are better on the draw as far as if you're keeping a dicey hand. Also, we have Crush the Weak, so I'm not worried about getting run over. So, I mean, I can make my land drops. This is a deck that's not, like, super worried about Flood. We have 3 sack lands, a 7-drop, a 6-drop. So I think with this hand, I just get to, like, foretell the Crush. If they're an aggro deck and they put out a couple small creatures, we'll Crush on, like, turn 4 or 5. Obviously, if we draw all lands, we're going to lose, but if we draw any spells, this hand should fill out pretty nicely. I think my last red-white deck was good, nothing special. I mean, we went 3-3, but we lost some close ones and stuff. I think that deck could have easily finished like 5-3. I would have been surprised to get 7. I don't think that deck was great or anything. So we play the 3-2 and attack. They're just going to block. I don't really want the 3-2 out before I Crush, but I don't know that I'm going to get to have a profitable Crush against blue-black. But for now, I guess I'll get the tap land in play, because what is the point of putting the 3-2 and slamming it into the 0-4? That doesn't really accomplish much. And if they play like a single 2-toughness creature, I may just Crush that. And then I can at least, 1-for-1, but I can also get in 3 damage, because I can Crush and then attack. Or I can trade the Berserker for the Priest if I want to by crushing afterwards. Of course, there's always a chance they won't block. So, most likely, if they play a 2-toughness like creature that's decent, I might just Crush the Weak and then hit them for 3. Well, that plays well into our flooded hand. Just discard a land. Okay, so now I can put that on the 3-2, so that makes me kind of want to put it out. Although putting it on the 5-6 might be a lot better. No, I don't want to Crush away just the Elderfang Disciple. I think I'm just going to play the 3-2 and pass, because if they don't do anything, I might end up Ruta Flighting it and starting to get in for 3 a turn in the air. Plus, I have 5 lands now because I discarded 1, and this costs 6. So if I don't draw a land, I might want to cantrip just to try and draw a land. Also, I have 2 Goldvein picks. If I draw one of those, then I'm going to want to put the rune on it, the pick on the Berserker, and then it'll live through it. So that worked out like we wanted anyway. The Berserker trades for the 0-4. Hopefully they'll just play a 2 toughness creature. That's not a 2 toughness creature. So, Invasion of the Giants. Then next turn we can play the 5-6. That looks good. I would crush away like a lone like Sculptor. I'm not going to crush away that 1-1. I don't think I really want to draw either of these. These cards aren't particularly strong draws. I don't have a white to sack this. I don't really need to loot anything away. I guess I can loot away this island. Oh no, because I didn't play a second blue, and this card's double blue. Wow, am I loose? Okay, well, in that case, that makes this a pretty easy bottom, too. Yeah, maybe we'll end up getting to use Pyre and Crush on the same turn. I mean, I'm certainly not going to use Crush just to kill an Elderfang Disciple, so we'll see what else they play. Missed land drop. Did I miss a land drop? Oh, I just forgot to play it. I'm sorry. Not that it really is very punishing, because now I'll play it, and we don't have anything else to do. So, this isn't the turn where the cards cost 2 less. That's next turn. So, for this turn... I mean, the land drop obviously didn't matter. Like, I don't have another land to play this turn anyway. But, sorry, that was a mistake, obviously. For this turn, what do we want to do? They have 2 snow lands, so if I play the Berserker, it's the Undersea is going to cost 4 next turn with thanks to the invasion, so we didn't really need the gate. Yeah, I know. So what should we do? What should we do? I mean, I can play the Berserker and give it rune just to like dig up white sources or lands or spells or anything, but we can't really even block either troll with it. But I guess we're in a position where we can't just hold our cards for more value later. Well, that's a good draw. Don't get me wrong, they're going to get to replay all their cards, and this one doesn't go back because it's a changeling, so that's unfortunate, but still get a 7/7. Okay, I don't think we really have any decisions. Flip this board. It's a good question, Shakadoo. Benz, I don't know if I have any advice for beginners specifically. I mean, just, keep watching good content, ask a lot of questions, and, do the best you can. I mean, the biggest thing you can ever do to get better at Magic is playing a lot of Magic. So, I mean, there's not really a way to dive in as a beginner other than just doing it, really. I'm going to clearly discard Bounding Gold. We're 1 land away from this. We don't know if we'll draw a Plains or not. Of course, if I knew I was going to draw Seize the Spoils, I could have Bounding Gold to this big Ice-Side Troll, and that would have made me much happier, but my psychic powers are failing today. So for this turn, we can seize discarding Invader and play Agar, or we could just play Agar and hold on to seize an Invader. They don't have an attack on board. They only have 2 snowlands, so it's not like if they draw a snowland that 4/5 can attack. I mean, we could try and be aggressive. If we attack with the 7/7, and we play Agar first, if they do any chumping of it, we'll get cards. And Crush will draw us a card when it kills the Elderfang Disciple. So I think I like that. I think I'm going to play Agar here and attack. And if I Crush first, I don't need to do that. It would only deny them the chump block, though, so maybe I want to do that. Still can't kill the summoner without putting both on it, so yeah, we do want to do it first. I mean, the problem is we're still a point short, but what are you going to do? This line doesn't work, but if we draw like a blocker, it works. So it's interesting. But I have to block, so I'm going to block the troll if they attack with both the 2/3. Then they pump. Hopefully that'll take their turn. They get us to 4. Then we can play something and pass back to them. And then next turn they shouldn't be able to attack profitably because we have the 7/7 up. This is a tight one. Oh, if they would have double blocked there, I would have been ecstatic. As is, I'm not in great shape, but I mean, I can definitely win. So if they attack with just the 4/5, I would just take it. If they attack with both, I'm forced to block, or they can just pump and 8 me. So then I'm going to block the 2/3 because that forces them to pump. I'm not killing anything, I'm not drawing cards, but I'm 1 point short of killing them, so a gold vein pick is lethal if they don't have anything to play. Yeah, we never beat Bergstrider. We play like that doesn't exist. But if we draw a Bergstrider, that would be great. Okay, so 2 to everything doesn't do it, so let's start by seizing. Undersea Invader comes into play tap. That's part of why I hate it so much. I don't think we're going to need this card. All right, that's 2 blockers, though. That is what we needed. So now we'll just attack for 7, I guess, and play the 2/2-1s. We do have to double chump, so this isn't great. I'm not sure if this attacking is right or not. Yeah, it probably is, because even though double chumping feels bad, we're chumping with 2/2-1s, and they just chumped with a 3/2. So, I mean, it's not... And we're tapping their creatures, so it's a pretty good exchange. We're just in a losing position, but hopefully we'll top a Bergstrider or something. I wish we had one more land so I could have Stroke Up. That could be game-winning right now. But I liked the line better last turn because it forced them to tap their mana and then maybe they couldn't play anything. I don't like this turn because they don't have to tap their mana. But we'll see. I mean, if we draw pick, do we have enough to pick, equip, and sack Pyre to kill a small blocker? 5 and 3. Yeah. No, we're 1 short. It's 5 and tap, right? So we'll see what we draw this turn. Well, that's bad. Alright, that's going to do it for sure. Since we were trying to ride this summoner to victory, the pillar should lock it up. I'm not sure if going aggro was right. I mean, I could have tried to sit behind the summoner. The problem is they can always just give indestructible to the one the summoner blocks. So I'm not really in much better shape. That was kind of a losing position versus the 2 trolls regardless. No, Stroke wouldn't have helped us against that. Yeah, I know that looked like kind of ugly because like I was just losing the whole time. But again, like if they don't have the blocker to play, then we're only a point short. Maybe they're afraid to attack with both, or even if they do, we can just top deck like a pick or a haste creature for the final point. So I mean, that's why I made the attack with the 7/7 and then on the crush turn, because the Agar blocks the 2/3, and so if they have to, in order to force us to chump with the Agar, they have to attack with both. In which case, they have to pump the 2/3, and then if they don't have a blocker to play, we have a bunch of outs. The turn after that, I thought we stood very little chance to win, to be honest. Okay, so 2-lander looks ugly, but we have Magda and Pick, so I'm not going to mull. Just hopefully we'll get there. Please don't have Frostbite. I don't like this pause. I don't like this pause one bit. I need this Magda. I need this to make a treasure to cast my cards. Good game, Max Wang. That was a fun one. All right, land. Why do I run so bad on this program? One land away. I just need one. One blue. That's all I need. Oh, I guess I can't complain about a red. So those Seekers going to be able to block the Berserker regardless. I don't know if I want to attack or not here. This is kind of interesting. Congrats, Luke. I guess I do. Like, if they trade, they're not getting a land. If they're attacking and boasting, then maybe I can get in a hit with the pick. Holding it back just seems like not a formula for success. Then they attack, I block, they boast, my creature's gone. At least this way, if they boast, then maybe like they don't have something else to play, and then maybe I get in a hit, get a blue, etc., etc. All right, so that can't block alone, so now we can get a blue land. Not that Agar's like some game-winning card at the moment, but we'll take it. I mean, if they didn't just play a 4/4, I would have considered Rune of Flight on the pick. This way I have more chance to get in the future and it draws a card, but I'm falling too far behind if I do that. Now I can throw Agar on the Horizon Seeker. It's a trade and I draw a card. That's a good situation. And if they do interact like that, then they're not interacting with the Berserker 2, hopefully. And then I can get in another hit, get a treasure, and then play Bergstrider. Obviously, Demon Bolt plus struggle. If I don't draw the island, good game. But what are you going to do? If I do, then we still have a game. I have a Snowland, so freeze that. Well, I don't know what they have. I don't like it, but I also feel like I need to block. Hopefully they're just really trying to get a land and won't kill my Bergstrider, or at least they'll lose their Horizon Seeker, but I'm low enough that I feel like if I'm playing around stuff like Pump, I'm probably just losing to it anyway. Yeah, this was not good. Alright, well, I guess I'll cast this first. If I draw Crush the week, the game's not over. I think I'm on a 1-outer, but before I concede, 1 out is better than no outs, right? And if I crush away those 2 Seekers and take 5 and they don't play something else, then I could win, so. Thanks for the subscription, Penny D8, Penny Date. Appreciate the support. You can redeem, it's only 7. We got plenty of time. We can do a final cut, Stangle. 0-3 Police, let's get them off our back, huh? I think this deck's pretty good. I mean, the first game was good. We've had some mana problems. Let's start getting some smoother draws now. Smoother draws indeed. Thanks, deck. This one I'm not going to mull. We're on the draw. I can always cycle the Rune of Flight just by putting it on a land. Hopefully we'll draw a mountain. We have 9 of them and can play Fearless Liberator, give it flying, start boasting every turn. Life is good. Even seize to make a treasure to cast this for only 6 lands instead of 7 is really strong. But you know, there's no way we can mull this. We're on the draw with 9 red in the deck. A Rune to draw a card. So we have 4 cards to find a red by turn 3. That was fun over at Worlds. Even though, like, and that was super late and I wasn't playing very well, but, like, I'm glad I got to win that game like that. I enjoyed that over at Worlds. That was super sweet. It's pretty rare you get to bolt your own creature for the win. And it was absolutely correct. It wasn't, like, fancy play for the sake of being fancy. No, I would never mull this hand on the draw, even if I knew my opponent was going to 5. Like, you know, red is the color we have the most sources of with 9, and we also have this blue card that draws a card we can already cast. So, I mean, we get to see a lot of cards here on the draw to find the red source. I'm officially on the record as being against mulliganing. Just in case you've ever missed me state my position on mulligans. I just want to be clear. Mulliganing is wrong. I'm against it. I mean, I'm talking about limited, obviously, but, I mean, look, I mulligan once sometimes, but I'm definitely on the, like, greedy keep, not greedy mulligan side. Maybe it's to my own detriment. I don't do especially well in best of 1, so, I mean, hard to say, but I know most of the successful pros definitely mulligan way less than most, like, non-pros, but a lot of us have been playing Magic for a very long time before the London Mulligan, and I don't think we're accounting for the best of 1 hand smoother that well. I know I'm not, and I don't think most people are, who are, like, longtime pros. So I can crush just the Sculptor, or I can seize... I think I'm going to crush just the Sculptor. We were on the draw, so they missed a land drop, right? So let's just take away their mana producer here. I'm in no rush. I'm under no pressure. I mean, I can't punish them quickly or anything. And I don't really have anything I want to discard in particular. I'm not saying it's the end of the world if I discard Stroke, Island, or Rune, but, like, those are all fine cards in my hand, right? Okay, so now I feel a little better about discarding, like, Island. Like, I don't think this game's going anywhere fast, so I think I want to discard Island. There's plenty more blue to draw into to cast Summoner, plus we have the treasure anyway. I'm always a lot more scared of Flood than Screw, because at the very least, if you're stuck on, like, 4 lands, you probably have plenty to do. Most of your cards cost 4 or less. But whenever you draw, like, all lands and just lose because you have less resources, it's like a death sentence, you know? So I'm pretty greedy when it comes to, like, my opponent makes me discard 1 on turn 2 with, like, the 1/1 rat or, like, my Seize the Spoils. I discard lands a lot. I tend to be very on the greedy side when it comes to that stuff. Okay, so at this point... we still don't have a pick. I think I just want to put Rune of Flight out. This bounces all non-land permanent, so this will actually bounce the Rune to my hand, so I'll get extra cards that way. So I think this turn is Rune on, like, the mountain, just to draw a card. And then, well, now it's easy. I'll cast Firewalker, but... when I play the Summoner, the Rune goes back to my hand, then I get to play it again and draw another card. Build your own divination. Thank you, Crazy Canines. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing. It was Seth Manfield who said never mole, but he's not the only one who says that. But he did... Watsy tweeted, like, from the esports account, like, you know, what's the advice you got that, like, helped you level up the most or whatever? And Seth responded with just never mulligan. And he is probably the winningest player of the past 5 years. I don't think it matters which land we put it on at all, since, as you said, we don't have a snow land. I guess, technically, we're giving away a little bit that we don't have an Avalanche Caller, because if we did, we'd probably want to put it on a snow land, but I think it matters very little. Okay, so now we can Invasion, and then we can pick up the Invasion with the Cyclone, so we can Invasion again. We don't actually need it to cost 2 less, right? This turn we can play Invasion in the tap land, then we can draw a card, deal 2, and then play the Summoner, and then we can pick up the Invasion to Invasion again. So that's kind of sweet. We're practically going off here. Obviously, he mulligans sometimes Pack a Lunch. Every person mulligans their 0-landers and their 7-landers and whatever, but he's just very on the, like, if it's close, keep side of it. Alright, I'm going to keep both those because we know that we're going to get the Rune back in our hand, so then we can put the Rune on the pick. So, I think life is good, right? Yeah, we'll play some Giant Storm. I'm down. I'll sack the treasure, but I mean, I can't do anything with the 1 extra mana, so unfortunately we're going to lose the treasure, though. But that a small price to pay to draw another card off Rune and get to use the Invasion again and all of that. Back to the hand. Not the caller, but that's alright. It's not doing anything into our 7/7. Yeah, it's pretty sweet with the Saga. Like, usually you have to lessen the cost by 2, but since this was later in the game, like, we're able to just, like, cycle these. Draw Scry 2, draw another card. No complaints here. So let's see. I could pick and put Rune on it and attack, although if they want to chump with any of these 3, I'll be fine with that. So I don't really have much incentive to hit in the air this turn. I think the first thing we should do is probably Invasion of the Giants. We want to get that going. Sagas are slow. They're powerful, some of them, but they're slow. I don't think we want second pick, because we want to be able to search for that, and I don't think we want Island either, so I think that's bottom. I think that's pretty clear. Now with 6 mana left to work with, I'd like to leave up Stroke because we're in a pretty good position. So I feel like I'll probably attack and then just play Magda and like Goldvein pick and then pass. Obviously it's not a dwarf, so I didn't. You can't be a giant and a dwarf, right? That would be pretty weird. I guess if they go aggro, like, obviously I'm not dead this turn, but next turn is going to be kind of dicey. They decided not to go aggro. I mean, not saying that was wrong. They have this thing to bring these back. They must have roped out or something. Why didn't they just play one of these with this mana? Oh, they wanted to leave a 4/4 up so that they could triple block the summoner. Or no, just block it with the troll and pump was probably their plan. Okay, well, them going defensive works out well for us. I'm not saying their play was right or wrong. I mean, we had Bound and Gold to get to turn off the collar anyway. It shuts off activated abilities. But now we don't necessarily need to do that, right? Now I think we can just rune the Goldvein pick, hit them in the air. We're not going to die on board this turn. So, had they gotten offensive, I would have had to go get Bound and Gold for collar, probably. I think we would have been in a winning position, but it would have been much tighter. Now I think this just works out pretty well. Even if they activate 2 lands, it's 8, 9, 11. I mean, that's not 16. Ouch! What did I do? What did I do? Opponent got me good. It's not a good game. It's going to be tight, but we can still win. Remember, Bound and Gold for the Avalanche Caller. I mean, they do have this going. How many Snowlands do they have? 3? Ugh. It's not great. Yeah, they played well. They got me. Okay, thought it was going to be an easy win. Now we've got our work cut out for us. I mean, oh yeah, they knew about the rune. They played that really well. They knew about the rune because it went back to my hand with the giant the first time. So this costs 4 NSAC, so I can leave up Stroke and that. Probably want to do that. Go get Bound and Gold. Yeah, if they didn't have Avalanche Caller and Ice-Hide Troll, my alarm bells would have went off. But their Broken Wings was well disguised because they're leaving up mana so they don't take 7, right? So they don't take like a bunch of damage because they can just block and use Ice-Hide Troll. So that was nice. They played well. Credit where it's due. So we'll see what we draw. We can bound this, like, Rhyme Staff if we want to. It's any permanent, right? So we can stop them from recurring things. Definitely getting bound over Red Rune, of course. And then the pick is free. Okay, so that's interesting. We have 3 Snowlands? Yes. So I can Frostbite away the Avalanche Caller. And then do I want to bound the Troll or the Staff? They have 3 Snowlands, so they can either give -3/-3, or they can pump the Troll once. I guess we're not as scared of the Troll, since we can give flying to a creature a turn with the pick. So I think we want to hit the Caller with the Frostbite. And bound the Rhyme Staff. Right. We can't Frostbite away the Caller unless we bound the Rhyme Staff. So I think we want to bound the Rhyme Staff for sure. Let's shut that off. And then we have 3 snowlands, right? I already checked this. Yes. And then I actually don't want to play the cavalry this turn because I can't put both picks on it, and then they can get rid of it with the priest. But next turn I can turn it into a 4/4, and they only have 3 snowlands, right? So then they can't kill it. So I think we want to wait 1 turn on that. Just leave up stroke. Oh, but I can play the pick, so I should do that. And now, next turn, I can play cavalry double equip. If they don't have a snowland, they can't kill it. If they play something big, I can stroke it. This is a tight one. And we still have this land to draw 2 more cards and gain 2. But obviously, they have a 4/3 indestructible, so it's a pretty good game. I have no idea if we're going to win or lose. I'd say it's pretty close to 50-50. Good enough to stroke, in my opinion. All right, let's see. 2 for cavalry, 2 to equip. Does that leave us enough to sack this? Yes, if we draw 1 untapped land, right? This costs 5 in tap, so basically 6. And then we need 2 for cavalry and 2 to double equip, so we're 1 land short. So if we're 1 land short, I'll sack the gates, because if we draw an untapped land, we can still play cavalry and double equip, and if not, we'll probably draw some other stuff to do. Or not. So let's see. I mean, it's not like I super care if they priest away a creature at this point. I think it makes more... The Berserker attack, they would just block. So I think cavalry equipped now makes the most sense. I know we could foretell this, but now we have too many creatures to protect. I was interested in protecting my 1/4/4 flyer because I thought I was only going to have 1. Now that I drew 3 more creatures effectively, I think we just play it. All right, so assuming we still have enough mana post-combat, it's definitely breakneck double equip. And but if they kill it, do we still have enough for reinforcements? Yes, we have exactly enough. So that makes this turn easy. I won't be surprised at all if they have removal. That's why I wanted to make sure we still had enough to cast reinforcements and not rely on the pick mana. But if that's the case, then I'm not going to miss damage. It's a race we're winning if they don't have anything, and if they do, we can take 1 more hit and then reevaluate our options next turn. But yeah, I was kind of expecting removal because they have to have something. Yeah, still a great game. I need the opponents to draw some lands, man. Like, I already sacked 2 sack lands, and I did a bunch of scrying. I mean, the opponent drew 7 land. That's a reasonable amount, but I have so many more lands than them, and I've drawn all these extra cards and stuff. Just draw some lands at the end of a game. One of my opponents ever. Thank you, Vlaxitron. Appreciate the 5 months of support. Alright, so their last card was a land, but then they also have a pillar. So they can't tap now. They can on their turn. If they draw a snowland, I don't die, right? They have exactly 3. But I kind of want to try and chump that with a 2/1 and then sack Pyre just to scry, I think. Because this is too tight of a game and it's too. I need to scry too. So I think what I want to do... I'm going to put those both hit for the max. And then I'll move the picks if it's free, but I want to have the ability to sack this. Oh, yeah, that would be next turn. So I can't. So now I want to chump with one of these. So I'm going to have to move the picks next turn. If they tap it, whatever. So I think I just play the land and pass the turn, because we don't know how many lands I'm going to need in play. Have I used Seize the Spoils? Because that's too important to hold for. Yeah, I have. Okay, so I'm going to play the lands. I guess I should have maybe moved one pick just to make them pump, because that could matter. I mean, they have 3 snowlands, so they could pump and still use pillar. But still probably should have spent 1 to make them spend 2. Right, I'm chumping because I can't save both from Pyre, but I can save 1. So now I can Pyre next turn and I don't, like, lose anything. Okay, so when I go to combat, they're going to tap. Now I'm going to Bergstrider. Do I have enough to Bergstrider and Pyre? Yes, so I want to do both. So this turn is easy. I could hit the pillar, but that doesn't make much sense. The Ice-Side Troll is much scarier, and they still get to use the pillar this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and enough to sack Pyre. So yeah, oh yeah, I have these treasures too, so I have tons of mana. So let's scry 2. Pretty easy. I think we pretty much have to take any spell at this point. Bottom any land. I mean, if they draw a land, we just win now, right? They can tap one of the 4s and they take 7. So, I mean, if they brick this turn, the game's over. Obviously, if they draw spells, we can still win. Like, we have the 4/4 now and a 3/2 haste. But if this particular card is a land, the game's literally over. I mean, I'm not really planning to block with the Strider. I don't necessarily think... I mean, I know those treasures aren't super valuable right now, but it doesn't seem like there's a ton of value in sacking the treasures to move the picks, just, like, for no real reason at the moment. Lindworm would be quite bad for me. Okay, so if they tap 1, I attack with the other 2, they're forced to block. Can they kill me on the backswing? No. They can deal 6, but 6 isn't 7. Not trying to play around pump at this point. If I leave creatures out, they can go end of turn tap, on tap, tap. So forcing a trade with the Recluse is definitely good. Does it matter where I put the picks? I can't have a 5-power creature, because then I'm not presenting 7 through a tap. So I can't do that. So the only question is, do I want to move a pick to the Berserker? I don't think so. I mean, I think the treasures are pretty much irrelevant, so regardless, I'm presenting a 4-power and a 3-power, so I don't think that really matters. So this one is super tight. Talking about a good game. So now they're going to tap, block a 4, and take 3. So they're going to go to 4. Next turn, I can have 2 4-power attackers, because I can move the picks around, right? Oh, no, I can't. I'll have a 3 and a 4. So I might lose if I brick next turn. But I like this attack for sure. And then, hopefully, I'm dead, I think, if I brick next turn. Hopefully I'll draw something. But don't any scrying, just 1 land at the bottom. So in 7 cards, I have 2 lands. I have another Bergstrider. That would be a game-winning draw. A Rune of Speed could actually win me the game, because if they don't have anything to play and they choose to attack, then they can tap 1 and they have to take 3. So if I draw +1, I win. Well, there goes that. So I have Immerstrom Raider. Kind of wish I had held that last land. I mean, this turn I played Berserker, but 3 turns ago. I forgot that made my deck. But, yeah, Rune of Speed, Agar, Bergstrider. So if I don't draw Bergstrider, I'm probably going to lose. No, I can't, because if I move a pick pre-combat, they can tap the Bergstrider, and then I'm only presenting 6, not 7. And then they don't block, and they just kill me right now. We couldn't move a pick to Bergstrider. Unfortunately, we drew Bergstrider, but after they had removal and Pac-Man, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Am I still just dead? That's embarrassing. Best draw on my deck. Because, like, if I tap the Troll, they go, like, tap the Bergstrider and the Berserker. I don't have the ability to give haste. I think I still lose. Yeah, I can Berkshire the Pillar, but then they have 2 lethal attackers. So, I mean, I think I'm pretty much dead. I'm going to go for combat. If they don't tap and they trade, then I can Bergstrider the Icehide Troll, and I think that's like the only way I'm not actually just dead on board. That was a really good game. I didn't think I was going to lose towards the end. I thought it was like, a close game most of the way in the middle, like I kept saying, but did not think I was going to lose that at the end. That was a good game. All right. Couldn't keep the O3 police at bay. So I'm going to do the next draft, but first I'm going to do one more What's the Cuts. We usually don't get this many of these in a day, but I appreciate it. I think they're fun. Dangle shared a deck as well. So let's take a look at what he has for us, and then we'll get into the third draft run, see if we can turn this day around. I never win. I'm old and washed up, to quote Crokies. He's not wrong. All right, let's see. So we got Dangle's What's the Cuts up here. Thank you, BobBob444. Appreciate the support. I am clean. Okay, so we got a red-black. Nothing too... Well, there's some playables in the sideboard, too. Raise the Draugr if you have enough Berserkers, and red-black can be pretty good. That's a deck that forces trades a lot. Skull Raid is not good in red, black, and draft. More of a sealed card, I think. Run Amok just depends on your curve, but it's pretty hard, like I said, to get Run Amok in these decks that have lots of removal. And then Seize the Spoils, it depends if you have expensive cards. As far as the main deck, probably going to be 8 Swamps, 8 Mountains. This looks like a 16-lander. The curve's not too low, not too high. What are the cuts? 2 picks. So, yeah, probably almost certainly going to be 16, not 15 or 17 with 2 picks and a red-black. I don't think we need the Duskwielder at all. I mean, we have lots and lots of ways to sink our mana with 3 Fearless Liberators and Axgard Cavalries and Magda. Wow, Immerstrom Predator. Dangle, you just wanted to show this deck off. And Varragoth, this deck is sick. Yeah, this deck is totally busted. I mean, obviously, a lot of times people want to show good decks, and that's fine, as long as... And the cuts are harder when you have, like, so many good cards, but this deck is sick. I think Dangle's just showing off here. Yeah, I would cut Pup for sure, and Duskwielder for sure. You don't need the 1-drops. And this deck's creatures are pretty good. It's not like red-white with all the tiniest creatures. So, honestly, I'm probably cutting Helm, too. Tormentors, of course. Never cut Draugr's Helm from a black deck. But with 2 Gold Vein picks, I don't think this deck needs Tormentor's Helm. And then maybe just like a Run Amok. I want to be able to attack. I like the Run Amoks in this deck because you have all these Liberators that you want to keep pushing in. If you Helm a Liberator, that's good, and then you can Helm the token, but it's still probably just trading. Whereas, like, Run Amok will allow the Liberator live most of the time, eat the blocker, and then boast if you have 5 mana, and then live to attack again and boast again. So I think I like Run Amok more than I like Tormentor's Helm in this deck. Not more than Pick. I love Pick. I'm, like, obsessed with that card. But, and as far as the top end, there's almost nothing that's really cuttable except Dwarven Reinforcements. But I don't really want to run out of bodies, and I do want to cut, like, Duskwielder and Fearless Pup. So I'm pretty sure my cuts from the main would be 1 Run Amok and the 3 1-mana cards. And I would play 8-8. Exactly what 6-Foot Gnome said. I mean, that is what I'm saying, but 6-Foot Gnome just said it more concisely than me. Run Amok Fearless Liberator incentivizes blocks, and then Run Amok punishes blocks. So there's positive synergy there. Yeah, the Raise the Draugr looks decent. But I mean, like, I don't know what else we're cutting. Like, the Run Amoks are pretty good in this deck. I don't think the picks are cuttable. The bolts aren't cuttable. I mean, the next cutout would be, like, Dwarven Reinforcements, I think. Let's check the creature count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14. Yeah, and you just don't really even need to get creatures back from the dead with all those Liberators. Like, I know we have a lot of Berserkers, but I don't know. I mean, I get that, like, also the Raise the Draugr has some synergy with Yargoth. That's a 2/3 Death Toucher that boasts the rare here in the 3-drop pile that boasts to put a card on top of your library. So there's a nice play pattern where you can attack with Yargoth, boast, put the Raise the Draugr on top, and then you can raise the Draugr back like Yargoth and something else, and then Yargoth and boast and get your next best card. But I also kind of feel like this deck spends its mana extremely well. Like you have the Helm, the Avenger might give you extra cards, the 3 Liberators to boast with, the picks to move around, the Yargoth are ready to boast with. I'm not that worried about flooding with my 16 land deck with all that boast and like mana sinks. Yeah, no, Magda's incredible, obviously, but yeah, I think I would cut the 3/1 drops and I would cut 1 Run Amok. You could also consider cutting the Dwarven Reinforcements for the Raise the Draugr, because you do have almost all Berserkers. I think, though, that would be all I would do. I think all I would do was cut 1 Run Amok in the 3/1 drops and play 8/8 and play 40, and play 16 lands and as is. And if I wanted to play 1 Raise the Draugr, my next cut would be a Dwarven Reinforcements. I mean, I would definitely rather have the first Run Amok than Dwarven Reinforcements in this deck. It's just, we have 3 Run Amoks. But I think, it's not unreasonable. Like I said, the next card I'd cut is Dwarven Reinforcements. So I certainly don't think it's unreasonable if you want to cut the Dwarven Reinforcements instead of the 3rd Run Amok. I think it's quite close. So Infested saying, keep the 3rd Run Amok, cut the Reinforcements. Which, again, I think it's super close there. So that's my cuts. The 3/1 drops and 1 Run Amok. And next card out is Dwarven Reinforcements if you want to keep the 3 Run Amoks. Thanks. Good luck, Dangle. Let us know how you do. Don't bust your gems with that deck. That deck is beautiful. Speaking of, I've got plenty of gems, but let's see if we can salvage the day here. Normally, I think Run Amok is good, but slightly overrated, because people can just take your 1 or 2 power attacker. But the Liberators, as 6-Foot Gnome pointed out, the Liberators really force your opponent to block. Because if you attack and they take it, you just boast and make a free 2/1. So they pretty much have to block. And then you get to Run Amok. So I don't mind having 3 or 4 Run Amoks because of the 3 Liberators. They basically force your opponent to block. I think it's really close. I'm fine with the last cut being the Dwarven Reinforcements or the 3rd Run Amok. I think it's super close. I would cut all 3/1 drops, though. I think those are just weaker power level cards that you don't need in that deck. Okay, so, love you too, Zillion. And if you ever want to ship zillions my way, be my guest. Heck, I'm not greedy. I'll even settle for trillions or billions. Just don't throw any millions my way. I don't need anything small like that, Make sure it's at least billions. Okay, so, Orvar is way more fancy than good, but if you do get it, pick 1, pack 1. You can prioritize every fight spell, and it's pretty busted with those and some other decent ways to target it. This pack's not great. It's basically Orvar or Behold. I think most of the time I'm going to take Behold over Orvar, but pick 1, pack 1. I think now we can prioritize things that target our creatures and make Orvar better. And I mean, again, this card is pretty busted with fight spells and with runes and with, efficient ways to target your creatures. So, to be clear, Orvar, I think, literally, 80% of the time, maybe closer to 90, that I have to decide between Behold and Orvar, I'm taking Behold. Pick 1, pack 1 is the exception, because then you have the whole draft to prioritize ways to target Orvar. So now we stay on color with Mistwalker, that's the best blue common, or we could take Struggle, which works really well with Orvar, or Demon Bolt, which is better than Struggle by a substantial amount in general. Yeah, I think it's tough. And listen, we have, like I said, we have the whole draft to prioritize ways to target our creatures. So I don't know what we want to take. I think Struggle is not that much worse than Demon Bolt. Blue-Green and Blue-Red are both good, but Blue-Green is a little better, and Struggle's synergy with Orvar, I think, puts it over the top for me. Okay, well, that makes a pretty easy Spirit of the Elder Guard. While I do want as many, I do want as many ways to use Orvar profitably as possible, Spirit of the Elder Guard, if we go blue-green, is a near broken card. This is 4 mana, 4/4 search for a land, like I said, and it's a fixer. And if we start out with blue and green, if we can draft Snow, we want to. I mean, we're not going to force it, But it's super deep. It's the best archetype in the format, in my opinion. So if we're going to see third pick Spirit when we have a blue and a green card, I'm not going to fight that. But now there's no help, right? Like, none of these cards are really very good in snow. I mean, we can play the Slumber Mound off a light red splash. It's green, green, red to sack. Otherwise, there's what? Like Iron Verdict, which is also good off a splash. I mean, Pilfering Hawk's fine. Thank you, Ali's Melzdrazi. Appreciate the subscription. If you're smelling, go take a bath. You know, no need to smell. But I do appreciate the support, regardless of whether or not you stink. Here, I think... No, not Snowplane, I don't think. White is one of the colors you splash the least. I would rather just grab the Slumber Bound in case I splash red. Or, like, the Iron Verdict or something. I guess it's the Slumber Bound. We could also red, green, splash blue. I mean, we don't have colors yet. Alright, well, that's a super easy Sculptor. Sculptor's a card I love in this format. If you've never heard me talk about this, ramp overperforms in high-power formats. The cards tend to do more and more, like they don't scale linearly because there's the drawback built in, and not just that you literally have to pay the mana, but you have to draw that many lands to be able to cast a card. So, like, generally speaking, as the card in a higher power format, the 4s, 5s, 6s can really take over a board. So ramp does even more than it does in a low power format. That's grindier and you're less punished for being a little behind, etc., etc. Okay, so we could take Ring or Frostbite. I mean, we haven't seen much blue, so I think I'm going to take the Frostbite. Maybe we'll do a red-green snow base or just a Teamer snow. It's not hard to go 3 with a Spirit. I mean, we'll see what we get, but I think there's no reason to believe we're going to be like pure 5-color spend your mana snow, and I think Frostbite might offer this deck more if we do go 2 to 3 color snow. Definitely take Ring over Frostbite if you're like 5-color control sweeper ramp snow. But like we already have a 2-drop, a 4-drop, a 4-drop that makes us want fight spells, which makes us want to keep our creature count up. Ring does add snow mana, and it adds any color mana. But the thing is, if you're 2 in a light splash, you don't really need that kind of fixing. And like I said, I think we're going to want to keep our creature count up for fight spells, because we're going to take fight spells pretty aggressively with Orvar. So this strikes me as more of like a red-green or a red or green-blue light splash type of snow deck than a 5-color snow, just based on our start. Obviously, I don't know what we'll see the rest of the way. I don't know, these cards all suck, and suck for us. I mean, Craven Hulk's okay in some decks, but not really what we're looking for here. I actually don't hate Immerstrom Raider in snow decks, because, you know, you play higher land counts, you discard extras, you don't want to miss land drops. But if we do go black-green base, Tegrid's Shadow can be quite good. Though, again, that does kind of work in opposite with Struggle and Orvar and stuff like that. And I guess Immerstrom Raider's such a low power card, we might as well take the Shadow. Just see what comes our way. Not super interested in any of this. I'll grab the Red-White Snow Duel. Never know where this draft's going to go, of course. Looks like we are going to meander in a 5-color snow, possibly. I mean, not that I'm playing a Splash Shadow, but Fall of the Imposter and Alpine Meadow came pretty late. We already have one decent Saga, and it's early. I'm going to take Master Scald. Well, now I will grab that Snow Plains. Iron Verdict would be fine off the splash, but now we're almost certainly going to do a light white splash for Fall and Master. So now we do want our 1 Plains to search for. Can't imagine we're going to play any of this. You know you have a good snow deck going at the end of pack 1 when your deck looks like a pack. And I'm really just kidding. This is a fine start for Snow. I mean, it's not like the best ever, but Spirit's really good. Sculptor, Fall, like Orvar, and we already have 1 Struggle. Hopefully we'll get more. If we get another Saga or 2, Master of Scald can be quite good. Yeah, I wouldn't force Orvar. I mean, again, I felt like we were in a green seat. We got a 3rd pick Spirit. So then it's like, okay, I'll prioritize Struggle over Demon Bolt. Like, that's not a huge deal. So Yargoth would be good in this deck. Black's the only color we're currently not playing. But we really didn't see much red. I mean, we could still go black-green base and splash everything. Otherwise, Giant's Amulet if we were going to go blue-green base, but we saw very little blue. As far as the commons, might just be another Struggle. This is an opportunity to take a Struggle over slightly better cards, but not way better cards. Seems like a pretty good opportunity. We do want to prioritize our struggles for Arvar, and I mean, Giant's Amulet, we're not, it's double blue. Yarvoth is good, but it's the only color we're not playing. I think this is a good opportunity to just pick up another struggle. Nothing too exciting, but Agar works really well with struggles as well. Seems like a pretty clear Agar here. Oh yeah, like, struggle is near busted with Orvar, because you fight with a creature, you kill theirs, and you get another copy of the creature. It's way, way, way better than, like, Mammoth Growthing or Depart the Realming. Like, those things are fine, but, like, struggle's just an on-tempo removal spell, like, on-curve removal spell that copies your creature. So now it's either Lindworm or Morite. We definitely want both, but our blue is pretty light, so I think I'm going to go with the Lindworm. If we were heavier blue, I would definitely take the Morite over the Lindworm, but I really like the Lindworm. And, I mean, we have a pretty good late game. We're really powerful. I don't necessarily want the double blue card. I think Shadow stands virtually no chance to make our deck. So Highland Forest would be a good fixing snow duel for us. I really like the Stronghold, too, and for once we're actually a medium-sized white splash. I probably have to take the Highland Forest, but definitely could see an argument for this Bredegard Stronghold here. I mean, we won't have double white all the time, but if we draw the Sculptor, that's double white right there. I think the Highland Forest has to be the pick, though. Hopefully there'll be no green-white players, and we'll just table that. Second Lindworm, don't mind if we do. If I get that rune back, I'll probably play it, because the runes work so well with Orvar, too. But I love Lindworm. And we already have 2 struggles. I'm going to grab those Lindworms. Nothing too exciting here. I mean, we could play the Cinderheart Giant. I mean, feed, but I don't think we're going to go black. Frost Auger's okay. Why don't the runes work with Orvar? You just rune up a creature and you get a copy, don't you? Is it only spell? Wait, it is a spell. Oh, only instants or sorceries. Oh, my bad. I didn't even know that. Yeah, my bad. Runes do not work with Orvar. I take it all back. Okay, so Frost Auger here if our blue ends up heavier. I guess we don't actually know whether we're like blue-green or blue-red or what. Well, Narfi, that card is busted in snow. It's the only color we currently weren't playing. But, I mean, we have 2 duels and a Spirit. I guess we can try and do 5 color. I was hoping to not, but now that there's a Narfi, we're probably going to do a light black splash. Greed is good, somebody told me once. Raven form my own creature to make a copy of it and net that fancy 1/1 flyer. That doesn't seem very good. I don't know if we're going to play 2 Scalds or not. It depends if we see Sagas. But now that we're in all 5 and we already have 1 good Saga, we still have, you know, the next pack to pull any Sagas, basically, to make the Master Scalds great. Frostpire is an excellent sack land for us. Looks like we're just going to do heavy land because we have 3 sack lands, 5 color snow. I mean, I already have cards in every color I want to play now. Red is going to be tough for us to sack, so I think we just... And plus, we're probably going to want to play 1 swamp, and it needs to be a snow swamp, so we can search it out with Spirit. So I think we'll just take Jaspara Sentinel here for our 5-color snow deck. I don't think these cards can matter. Yeah, I wish I had that ring now. You're right as usual, I'm wrong as usual. I think this Outrider's not going to make our deck if we play the Scalds. If I end up cutting the Scalds, then we'll consider it if we need another 5. But we now have Narfi, 2 Lindworms, and Scalds are way better if we get, like, Sagas. Yeah, we don't need, like, a million Snowlands. I mean, we need Shimmerdrift Vale, we need Glittering Frost, we need, like, a Snow Swamp, so we have 1 to search for. I guess we need a blue Snowland as well, but this isn't a deck where we need, like, 100 Snowlands. I mean, like, it pumps Spirit more. Not that many of our cards, like, really work. I guess Narfi, but... Again, not that many total cards require that many Snowlands out just in the format. Well, I consider this the number 1 uncommon in the set, I think. Obviously, a lot of them are archetype dependent, but we're already 5-color snow. So, I mean, because, you know, like, Maya's more powerful for the casting cost, but then you have to play a white-green card. So, I mean, if you're white-green, of course, Maya's better in white-green than Path is in green. But green is really good at fixing, green is splashing, green is multicolor in this format. So, I mean, it's a lot easier to make good use of Path than it is to make good use of Maya. But I think this is a super easy pick. So now there's nothing too exciting. We can take Behold. Obviously, it's great. Or we can take Snow Forest. We already have a green Snow Duel to search for with Spirit, since this searches for any snowland. So I think it's a... And I mean, if we're casting Path, we already have green. So Snow Forest is not that important. So I think we grab Behold. I want Pillar. And even though Greed is good, I'm going to be disciplined. We're 5 color. We can search for this thing with Spirit, which means it can give us whatever colors we're missing and we need. So I think I have to be disciplined and take the Shimmerdrift Veil. We have pretty good cards. I want this Pillar so bad, but like, I think I'm going to have to take Shimmerdrift Veil here. I know, it's hard for me. You know I love my Greed, but like, you know, we're playing all 5 at the moment. I mean, maybe I'll end up cutting the white. I don't know, but it depends if we get another Saga. Because the Master Scald Saga thing in a grindy deck with card drawing is quite good. But obviously with only 1, it's kind of dicey. Oh, we can get Path back with Master Scald, so we already have 2. And now this fall makes 3, so that about locks that up. I would like the U for the Worms, but I'm more interested in the 3rd good enchantment to make the Master Scalds good. Because, I mean, the Master Scalds can get back Path, and they can get back the other fall, so now we have 2 Fall of the Imposters to get back and Path. Another Saga. Ask and ye shall receive, why Dev? It's good when I use my psychic powers for good instead of evil, right? Usually I call the cards I don't want to see. So, a white-blue Snow Duel looks useful. More useful, I think, than a Horizon Seeker. Assume that's a pretty easy Mistwalker. I mean, Valkyrie's okay. I mean, we have some Snowlands, but we don't have like a million or anything. I think it's a pretty clear Mistwalker. Or as I call it, flying wall that can't be attacked into and then wins the game. That's a better name for it. This card has got to overperform the way it looks by more than any card I've ever seen. Like, this could easily be like the 6th, 7th best common in the set, and it just looks so innocuous. Alright, let's see. Master Scald 3, that's fine. We have 3 enchantments, not exciting. Kinseekers, we don't actually need the Changeling. Like, we don't have, like, you know, the giant thing with flashback or anything like that. Changeling's not really doing anything for us. Still can't really sack this land too often, and I don't really want to play a tap black land. I'm going to have to play a swamp. Well, we got nothing because I took too long, but that's okay. I didn't really want any of those. So I don't think we can play a second Snow Plains. I wish this was basically any other Snow basic. So I don't think there's any way we're going to play any of these cards, so I don't think this pick matters. So I'll grab the Snow Plains, but I'm pretty sure we have enough white sources with Alpine Meadow Floodplains, and there's no way we can put a second basic Plains in our deck. What we can do is play more Sagas for a double Master Scald, but I think we have to take Glittering Frost. Even I'm not greedy enough to take Arnie Slays over Glittering Frost here, am I? I want both real bad, but we're 5-color Snow. Like, I just have to take this Glittering Frost, right? Wish I could get that Arnie, too. Wish those were just in different packs. But now we can grab another Sentinel. I don't mind. The Sentinels are decent fixing in this deck. We have a reasonable number of creatures. Thanks, Iceman. Appreciate the subscription. Run Ashore is another good synergy with Orvar, right? We can like put something of theirs on top, bounce one of ours, and then make a token. So we'll probably end up playing that. These cards don't matter. Although worth noting, if you play any best of 3, that land destruction spell is a surprisingly good sideboard card against like 5-color Snow. Now you can never main that card, because if your opponent's trying to attack you and you have 4 mana destroy a land in your hand, you might as well just concede, right? But as a sideboard card in best of 3, or like in sealed deck, I board in the Smashing Success quite a bit. I'm sure if you watch the Arena Open, I'm not the only one, you saw plenty of good limited players sideboarding this in sealed when they're playing against 4 and 5-color Snow decks. So that, I think, is worth talking about. Mammoth Growth, we're not aggressive. Like, we're not going to play. Whereas Run Ashore, you know, we put their card back on top, bounce one of ours, and make a copy of it. So that's a lot more serviceable. All right, so we have Path, so we'd like to have at least one of each basic. There's no way we need 2 Swamps. There's no way we're going to play the basic Plains. I mean, we have a second Snow Plains, but I highly doubt we're going to play that. We need the 1 Mountain so that we can search for it with Path. There's no way we need more than that. We have a million of these. In fact, I might end up cutting that one mountain. We have a million red sacklands, and these things are excellent. Green and blue are our heaviest colors, so the pyre and the slumber mounds are excellent. But we also have a forest and a meadow, so I might end up having to cut that mountain. But let's check all of our other sources, and then we'll see if we want to cut that mountain. So with green, we have Glittering Frost, End Path, and Spirit. So we want at least 9 green, because our fixing is green. Oh, Agar's not getting cut. Agar's really good with the fight spells, too. You can go Agar and then, whatchamacallit, Struggle, draw a card with Agar. Kill their 3/3, draw a card. Agar is not on the chopping block. But first, let's make sure we have 9 green. 10 would be nice, because we have 3 green fixers, but 9 is the minimum. So 1, 2, 5. So, not even close. Okay, so 7, 8, 9 green now. And how many lands does that put us to? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 14, 16, 20, which we're not going to run. So I think the mountain can go, even though we don't have a mountain to search for, we have 5 red tap duels and Shimmerdrift Veil. And we can search for the duels with the Spirit, and the Glittering Frost produces red, so I think the mountain can go. And we have all these Jaspara Sentinels. We have like a million fixers. And then as far as blue, can we cut an island? We do need a decent amount of blue, but we do have 2, 3, 4, 5 like extra sources, so we can cut anything besides green. So that could be right. Is this 18 land? 18 land is totally fine, because I mean we have a bunch of sack lands. 3, 4, 11, 12, 13, 15, 18. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Have a good one, Hypnotoad. Yeah, so like basically when it comes to green fixers, you can't count that as a green source, but you can count it as every color but green. Like in this case, Path doesn't count as a red fixer because I'm not running the basic mountain, but we have a ton of red lands. That's why I'm doing that. So I think our mana should be solid. I don't mind 2 Jaspara Sentinels. We have the falls that make things bigger. Plus we can use our mana to ramp out like Lindworms and Sack Path. I think this looks good. Is there anything from the sideboard we really want? I don't think so. I think this is right. We have 2 Fall of the Imposters and a Path, Merrick. We have not 1 Fall. We have 3 good enchantments that sack to get back. The 2 Fall of the Imposter and Path. Yeah, Frost Augur could be cut. But yeah, it would be for like a Grizzled Outrider, and I think our late game's already pretty good. End Path, Merrick. End Path. Path sacks to draw 2 cards and kill something, and then you can Master Scald it right back. So that's 3 good things, not 1. Because we have so many green fixing, so green can unlock all the rest of our colors. 8 would be enough green if we just were trying to cast our green spells. But, like, if we ever can't cast our green spells, we likely can't cast a lot of our other cards. Because we have Spirit of the Alder Guard, Path, and Glittering Frost. And 2 Jaspera Sentinels. So we have a bunch of green cards that kind of unlock everything else for us. So I have to do it like this. I'm going to play the Mistwalker here, and then the Jaspara Sentinel. So we can fight that away if we can pump the Mistwalker once. So that's 6 mana. And we have exactly 6. We won't be able to attack with the Mistwalker too, but that seems fine. Seems like a pretty good turn. It's safe. They're tapped out. I like it. I'm a little bit less judicious with my fight spells than I am normal removal. Because if they ever have mana up in the late game, they can blow you out, right? If they kill your creature in response to a fight spell, you get 2 for 1. So, whereas I'll save normal removal a little longer, because I know I can always use it later on something better, or I can take a hit or 2 from the Raven and kill it anyway. With fight spells, I'm more inclined to use it aggressively while they're tapped out. Okay, so now we have access to Behold and Frostbite. I mean, or Run Ashore, but we don't really want to Run Ashore yet. We don't want to give them Binding back. So ideally this turn is like something like Behold and Frostbite. So let's start by Behold and see what we get. So, I mean, I would probably top like a White Source. I know we have Sentinel. I'm not going to top Forest or Islands. Like, we really just don't need those cards. Sculptor makes double blue with the Veil. Sentinel also can make second blue. So I think we're pretty safe. Okay, so now my choice is Frostbite the Augur or like nothing else really. I think I'd rather Frostbite the Augur than attack. I already have Fall to kill the next big creature. Unfortunately, I have to tap these to do it, so I can't attack. I can't play Fall here. I wish... This doesn't tap to add a mana, right? Like, I have to tap both these to get 1 mana, so I only have access to 2. If I could cast Fall here, I would. I didn't consider killing Augur like a big priority. I just thought it was better than dealing 2 damage. What's nice, though, we could Run Ashore back the Fall. You can, like, bounce this after the 3rd Saga triggers, right? Because that's the most important part, is killing their creature. Oh, but we already have Scald to get it back, so we actually kind of want it to die right now. So I guess here we just followed the Imposter and passed the turn. Yeah, you need to be in full control. Very true. I know that that works because I've done it plenty of times with Sagas and Dominaria and stuff, but also, like, I've had it not be able to do it on Arena because I didn't enter full control. Okay, so here, though, we only have 1 white. Seems pretty easy to just cast Fall. We need to get that going. No real choices, except I guess where to put the Fall counter, which I think the Sentinel, but whatever. And we already have a dead creature, so we can already Scald back Fall of the Imposter. I think Svella is better for its casting cost than Path, but red is often a light splash. And if I was going to be like a 2-color snow control deck, like red-green or whatever, I would definitely take Svella over Path. Like, you know, even if you had like a couple other good fixtures and you could just toss Island, Swamp, and Plains in your deck, I would still think Svella would be better than Path. A lot of times, though, red is just like a light splash in snow, so I kind of like Path a little better. Plus, there's plenty of removal, and you can't really interact with Path, but you can with Svella. But I think they're extremely close. They're both excellent. It's kind of, if I'm Snow and I see Svella and Path, don't make me choose. I want them both. Okay, so here, where do we want to put the counter? I don't think it really matters. Yeah, Fall can kill hexproof creatures. This turn I'm going to play Agar. And I'm not attacking. I actually probably have Avalanche Caller in 3rd of those. Don't get me wrong, Avalanche Caller is good too. I mean, all those cards are fantastic. But yeah, I would say Avalanche Caller probably behind Spell and Path. I mean, the bacon's hot, the tuna's cold, right? Yeah, Run Ashore should probably work out pretty well on this board. Thank you, Praetorian? I don't know, but I'm sure I'm messing up your name, but I do appreciate the support nonetheless. Okay, so 3/5 stops us from attacking. We only have 1 white, but we can Master Scald, get back the Fall, and do it all again. Never mind that. This turn, though, I don't have a way to make another white, so I'm going to chill for now. Not going to hold lands as Skull Raid protection. I mean, I know they have Swamps out, but they're empty-handed, so they would literally have to top deck the card. And, like, who knows how much mana I can spend in any one turn. I'm literally holding 9 mana. This double block seems fine. I mean, it's a slight trade down, but assuming they didn't top a removal here, it's a 4/4 for like a 3/5 or something. I think I'm cool with that. Or 2/4, whatever. Plus, I need another creature in the yard if I'm going to Scald again, so we'll see. Okay, Lindworm and Fall, 7, 8. Why did I lose that Sculptor? Now I wish I had 9. Okay, well, anyways, I don't really want to trade Agar for Firewalker, but it might be worth it because they have all that equipment out. It's not like I have Giants or Struggles in hand. So I think I'm just going to attack and lay Lindworm, because Lindworm's bigger than their stuff. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so they don't have an attack in a Lindworm. And I think any trade is good for me because they have all that equipment sitting there. And it would deny the Firewalker the Boast, and I'm up on board. As general strategy, if you're winning on board, both players, like, drawing a card is bad for you, or other player digging has more value because for them. Because, like, I don't know how to explain this well. It's, like, pretty complicated. But, like, if you imagine everything stayed the same, you would win. Then, like, the more cards get drawn, the quicker, the more ability there is to overcome that. And while drawing cards is always good, that's why this is hard to explain, like, it has more value if, like, they get to, like, spin the wheel or dig up an extra card at a cost or something when they're behind than when they're ahead. So when I'm ahead like this in resources, I really want to deny my opponent the ability to profitably see extra cards, because every turn that goes by that they draw a land, my board advantage just, like, gets added again, basically. Yeah, that is the TLDR. I was just trying to explain why a little bit, but what Shaggy said is the TLDR there. Because every turn that goes by where nothing really changes, your advantage gets, like, added again, basically. So I played the Snow Land because turn 2 Sculptor, so I want to have this land out in case I want to use 3 to 4 on turn 4. Not that we can cast very much with this hand right now. And the important thing is when you're behind, it's the opposite. So you want to, like, you know, do what you can to, like, extend games so there's more draw steps. Do what you can to, like, make risky plays. Just, like, the more behind you are, the more variance is your friend. Just going to curve out 4/4, no ability for 5. 6/6. Don't mind if I do. You thought we were playing a fancy snow control deck with combos? Nah, we're just playing a beatdown deck. Yeah, we need to draw blue. We have a lot. I mean, there's like 3 or 4 blue lands plus like 4 green fixers. So, I mean, that's a lot of outs. Specifically, we have Veil, Floodplain, 2 islands. So that's 4. Glittering Frost, Spirit of the Alderguard, and Path. So that's 7 and 2 Juspire Sentinels. So we have 9 ways to make blue that we can draw. No blue, but that unlocks a 6/6. You could do worse. We're also 1 land away from sacking this now. We have double... Well, you only need 1 red, but we have red and a bunch of green and 6 mana. So if we draw a land, we can always sack this if it's not a blue. So I'd rather have Orvar out before I struggle, but I don't think that's a luxury we have. I don't really want to let them keep boasting. I hate when my opponents brag. Just be humble. Packmate is awesome. I think this is the best common in a long time. Like, since the era of them making, like, broken commons, you know, like Sparksmith and Timberwatch Elf and stuff like that, I think this might be the best common, like since that time period, basically. Since literally broken commons, like Sprout Swarm and Sparksmith. Yeah, I'm not going to let them keep boasting. I can't stand it, right? Like, I can't just let my opponent brag and brag and brag. Gotta put an end to that. Yeah, I think Packmate is like... I mean, everyone knows it's good. It's almost everyone's first, you know, best common in the set. But I know a lot of people think Behold is close to it and stuff, and I don't even agree. I think that there's, like, a mythic uncommon in this. I mean, a mythic common, Packmate, and then Behold is the second best common. Like, I think Behold is the second best common and Demon Bolt's third, but I think there's like a tier delineation from Packmate to those two. I think Packmate is just a mythic common. Well, they shipped Lindworm, but they got me Island, so can't complain. Okay, so we have how much mana to work with? Because we have the Sculptor. So 5, so we're going to tap 3, that leaves 2 plus the Frost, so that's 3 plus the Sculptor. So we have 5, so we can only cast Frost and one thing. Agar looks decent. We can trade it for a Thought Thief and draw a card. Do we want to trade off Augur? Agar? Medium. I mean, Orvar's a giant too, and so is Mistwalker. So maybe I just play Mistwalker to bounce with one of these and take 6. And then next turn we can put out the 2 other giants. This also has the... Well, I guess no matter what, we're not tapping Sculptor. Because we can't do anything with the 2 extra mana. But I can trade Sculptor off, which actually is pretty important at this point to keep my life up while I empty my hand. And I mean, even though Sculptor's semi-useful, I kind of have enough mana. So I can do this. Save the extra 3 damage. Thanks, Pedro from Brazil. Appreciate the subscription from Ben from Florida. All right, let's see... So I don't really want to take 6. So I think this time I'm going to play Agar. Just planning to block. If I trade with Thought Thief, I get a card. That's a pretty good deal. If they attack with just Packmate, I'll just take that. But if they send both, I can trade for the Thought Thief. Looks like they have all their mana. That's fine. Like I said, this is a good trade because I draw a card. Trade my 3-drop for yours and draw a card. Don't mind if I do. Okay, so now we have our combo, but we're 1 mana short. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to sack this if it can take them off activating Path. Let's check their mana. White, black, blue. They only have 1 red source. So if I take out this red land, then they can't sack Path. So that looks like a pretty good play to me. And plus a 4/4 can block the 3/3. So we're stable and we take them off Path for now. No, they have 2 black, right? Swamp and Woodland Chasm. But they only have the 1 red. So taking out the red takes them off the path. Four, 6, 7. So we can't drop Orvar and struggle this turn, but next turn we can. So that's pretty sick because we can copy Lindworm. We should probably win from there if they don't have any ways to kill things or disrupt us. So, I mean, not really much to say here other than chill for a turn. Unfortunately, you can't play a Foretold card the turn you foretell it, so. Yeah, I don't know what their last card is, but, I mean, they're probably more incentivized to kill our 4/4 than our 3/3 at this point. So remember, they can always move Helm, so this is really just a 2/2. So we want to struggle away Packmate. We'll do it with Lindworm, so we get another Lindworm. Pretty much life is just good after this. Hey, is that broken? Don't mind if we do. Frost Augur gives us a double block on the Menace creature. I don't care at all about the Augur. And if they do draw the land for Path, whatever. I mean, I'm still not even dead. Though it does get kind of close. I could have considered holding back the 4/4, because if they do draw the land for Path, it gets kind of close. But don't forget, I have a pretty impressive attack back. They're at 7. Okay, so now, what happens if I send the 6/6? They can, like, double block and lose 2 creatures. That's fine. If I send the 4/4, I'm slightly trading down, but then they either take 6, because remember, this is a 2/2 wearing +2/+2. But then they either take 6 or chump block, so then I get the 2/2 right back. So then it works out. So I can definitely send the 6/6 and the 4/4. What happens if I send Orvar 2? Then the 4/4 can eat Orvar, but then what do they do about these two? They could, like, double block the 4/4. That doesn't seem great. I need to have some blockers up. So I think we send the 6/6 and the 4/4 here. If they want to just trade 4/4s and take 6, they go to 1. If they want to double block the 6/6, then they take 4. I can't draw a card first because I'm not going to tap Augur on my turn. Like right now, if they put the Helm on a 2/2 and attack, I'm double blocking with Orvar and the Augur, and then I'll activate before it dies. But having the Augur up to block could be important. It is good to use Augur first when you don't need it as a blocker at all, but right now it's relevant as a blocker. Cool. Better than drawing it. So, can we activate Path? We have black, red, white, green, blue. Yes. So that should just win us the game, right? It does 2 to the player. Assume I have enough mana. 3, 5, 6, and the land from Path makes 7. Looks good. Not that I needed to top deck this, but we do get them with Xaxes here, using all of our mana and all that. It's kind of sweet. And now they're at 1. 3 attackers, 2 blockers, 1 power gets through. So Frost Augur lethal. Pink Lotus, that's an LSV stream pun. We allow good puns on the stream, we just don't allow bad puns. Congrats, Mr. Obvious. Thanks, Office Magic. Appreciate the 16 months of support. That's a long time. Thank you for your recurring subscription. Alright, this looks like a pretty clear keep. Even though it looks kind of ugly, we have Frost and Sentinel, so we can cast whatever we want. I think I actually want to get a tap land in play this turn and play Sentinel next turn. I'm missing 1 damage, but having drawn 2 tap lands and only 2 on-tap lands, I'm kind of more concerned about getting these tap lands in play than I am dealing a point with Sentinel on turn 2. If I had a green tap land, I would have played that, so I could play the Sentinel and another tap land. But as is, I think this works. Now I can put out the Sentinel, and then I have the ability to play Fall right away since Sagas are kind of slow. The opponent said nothing slow here. So we're going to have our work cut out for us with no sweeper and a slow hand. I can play Glittering Frost this turn. Frostland Pyre next turn. I don't really want to fall without anything to +1/+1. I sequenced the way I did. Well, we're not necessarily dead. Remember, Frostpyre can mop up the board. So if they don't have creatures with 3 toughness, we might be really low, but we have a sweeper once we have 6 mana, and that's turn 5 because we have Glittering Frost. And I think I want to not show them the Pyre earlier than necessary. So I think this turn is just like land and Frost. And then next turn I can cast Narfi if I need to, but hopefully I don't need to, and I can just play Pyre and something else. I mean, obviously, we're going to take a lot of damage. It's going to be tight. If we play the Pyre next turn, we can activate it the turn after that. So that means we're taking a hit this turn and a hit next turn, and then we can activate it. So we'll see what else they have, what else they do. And we can always cast Narfi. They only have 1 point of flying, but we can't play the Pyre and Narfi. So hopefully we'll draw a 3 or 4 drop. Okay, that makes me think we can wait. That I can just go Narfi Lindworm and plan on the Pyre late game. They have Demon Bolt mana up, though. So that kind of makes me not necessarily want to play Narfi into Demon Bolt here. But I do have the Lindworm for next turn. This is interesting. So we have two lines, right? We play the Pyre so that we can activate it next turn. We play the Narfi, in which case we plan to Lindworm next turn, and then we can't Pyre for a while. But, I mean, they only have 1 point of flying. I mean, the Lindworm practically, like, stabilizes us. So I think it's Narfi. And, I mean, I was saying if this is Demon Bolt, which was the most likely scenario, but it didn't have to be. If they can't attack through Narfi, then they're only hitting us for 1 right now. But even if they kill Narfi and hit us for 5, Lindworm gains 4 of that right back, so we'll be at 12. And then we have another 6/6 they have to attack through. Thanks, Galata Lost. I'm sure I mispronounced your name, but I do really appreciate the compliment. And I'm glad that a lot of people seem to feel like they learn a lot and enjoy my stream. That is the primary reason we're doing it. So thank you for the nice compliment. Okay, so Shepherd, I want to fall that. So I think now I want to get the fall going, so I have an answer to the big flyer. So this turn what I'm going to do is, instead of Lindworm, hopefully I won't die, but if I do, I do. I'm going to get the Pyre in play tapped, and I'm going to fall my Narfi. I have something to pump. If they kill it and hit me for everything, it might be too much, but I can also play the Lindworm or the Run Ashore if I need to. If they don't have the removal, which I don't have a reason to believe they have based on how this game is played, maybe next turn I can crack the Pyre here. This is extremely close. And I could always Run Ashore first if I need to buy time. So I'm definitely blocking. I don't care if they're gaining life, so I'll kill the Clarion Spirit before the Seeker. Okay, so now my options are Lindworm, which offsets the 4 in the air for a turn, or Pyre. If I Lindworm, or Run Ashore actually, they're all pretty on the table. If I Lindworm, I'm at 8, and I have 2 blockers, which means I'm facing 6. If I Pyre, I'm at 4, and I'm facing 3, because it kills the 1/1. If I Run Ashore, I can put back the Shepherd and a token, and then block a token, and then I'm taking 3. So I'm not dead on board with any of the lines, and they're all pretty close. No, if I play the Lindworm, I have 2 blockers and I'm at 8. So I count 6 getting through. So none of the lines leave me dead on board. I think the Pyre is best, though. Because I can't beat a pump spell, regardless. I don't really want to have to bounce the Shepherd. There aren't any, like, haste flyers. Obviously, there's a lot of cards that kill me. Pick, Tormenting Helm, whatever. But if they don't have that, then I can clear their flyer with that next turn. So I think Pyre's best, but I'm not sure. I'm going to hold back the 6/5 just in case they have the 3/2 haste. That's a card I can beat. So, like, you know, I'll probably die to a pump spell. Maybe they'll have it, maybe they won't. But if I exile that flyer, even if they play a little flyer, I'm not really scared because I have Lindworm. So I don't want to lose to the 3/2 Berserker. So that's why I held back Narfi there. Okay, no real choices. Now we have to play Lindworm to make sure we don't accidentally die. Can we flip this whole game? I don't know. These are the key turns. Don't have anything good this turn. You can play a creature. That's actually not that bad for us. It's a great card, but we have Run Ashore to get rid of the dragon token. They're going to have to just chump attack that and spend a turn making the dragon. It's actually not that bad for us. So Master Scald, get back Fall of the Imposter. The only question now is, can we start attacking with one thing? We're going to have 2 blockers up for 3 attackers. Nah, probably the turn after when we Run Ashore. Probably not this turn. I mean, hopefully they just attack a Berserker, pay 5, we eat it. Then we can run ashore, bounce the token and get rid of it, put something of theirs back on top. Like, life's pretty good. And I wanted to get back the fall, because they know that can go off in a couple turns, so that incentivizes them to make the 5/5 flyer now. We could also bounce our Lindworm for 4 more life. Because I can, like, I'm not sure. I can, like, what I want to do. I might just put their token on top and bounce Lindworm. Because, I mean, how are they going to beat me if not for sneaking in the damage? What do you think about attack with Lindworm, then run ashore, getting rid of the token, and bouncing the Lindworm? My hand is just so loaded. I feel like the life is, like, the only way they can realistically beat me. There's nothing that gives protection in this whole format, right? Like, I can do the run ashore on their turn. There's nothing like, you know, Sajiri's Shelter. There's nothing like that, right? I don't think. Tons of pump spells, but nothing that can make this, like, hexproof out of red-white or protection. Right, Snakeskin, of course, but they're white-red. They're not going to go Forest and have the other card be Snakeskin. If they can do that, they've just got me. So, let's get rid of the 5/5, put the Lindworm back in our hand for 4 more life, so we don't lose to a flyer plus a pump spell or something at the end. Life is the primary way we lose. Yeah, we have infinite power and toughness. Okay, the only question is, do we hit for 6? Let's say I have a removal. We'll be at 9. We'll have a 4/4. Block this, take 5, go to 4. Yeah, I'm in no rush. Next turn, we're going to 13, so maybe next turn I'll even attack with 2 things if they don't add to the board again. But my cards are just so powerful, and their cards are just so small. All I want to do is make sure I don't accidentally die. I'll be able to close out in a hurry, because I'm not a control deck closing out with card drawing. I'm closing out with 6 power creatures. This was a nice turnaround. This was the game against the red-white aggro. They had the turn 2 Clarion Spirit, turn 3 double spell. We had a slow hand. This was a good one. Yeah, I'll keep 1 Shackles in mind. I mean, you can't really play around double Shackles, or you just end up never closing, right? Like, you know, they can always take my blocker, so if I leave up enough blockers to play around double Shackles, like, I'm just never closing out the game. So, now it gets more interesting. So, I think I can send all 3 6-power creatures, because sending the 3rd forces them to block 1, and I have 2 blockers to drop. So, since they're at 16, even if they chump with the Story Seeker, that puts them to 18, and they're facing 18. So they still have to block. Well, that would be the 2 life from the Story Seeker. But the point is, I can send 2 and then still have 4 to block 4 at 13. And so if I can send 2, the real point here is if I can send 2, I can send 3. Because sending the 3rd forces a chump block. So it's not actually making me any more vulnerable to send the 3rd creature. Yeah, well, if it would have forced an extra chump, it might have been right to send the 2 to play the both falls. But I mean, I had 2 creatures to play this turn, so I think it's better to do that. I mean, now they're just dead. So, I don't know. This doesn't matter, obviously. Even if they hit the double strike card and had the mana to cast it, it still wouldn't be enough, right? Mistwalker is a zombie. That's why it doesn't count as a snow creature, but it's a changeling. Narfi pumps zombies and snow creatures. So that's why Narfi pumps Mistwalker. Yeah, that was a sweet one. I've been losing those lately. It was nice to actually turn the corner and not have the opponent top deck the removal on that one turn. I'm going to get right into the next game, but whenever it does that like lag, I like to do the restart real quick. I'm already reopening Arena. Did somebody bet on under 4 wins or something? Why is this next game the game? I'm currently 3-0, which takes us to a 6-6 record on the day. Let's keep the streak up. Make it a winning day and best of one. I mean, this deck is sweet. The mana's not bad, but it is high variance. Whenever you have like a 5-color deck, there's more ways to get bad draws, than a 2-color deck. But like we do have 9 green and then like 5 green fixers, counting the Sentinels. Mistwalker's awesome. Like I said, that's the number 1 card that overperforms from how it looks. It looks fine, but it's actually just a house. Alright, this time I will play the Sentinel first because we have 1 tap land and not that much ability to spend our mana, so there's no reason to miss points. Opponent not going to let us have Sentinel. I don't think I've ever seen that card bound before. No real choices. I mean, which tap land to play, but I don't think that's very likely to matter. I'm pretty sure they both produce red. I don't think we can need 2 green next turn, and they'll both get in play before we can activate this, no matter what we draw. When you bet against me, I do my best to make you lose. Obviously, I lose plenty, and I can't guarantee you'll lose your bet, but I do my best. You want to bet against me, it's my job to try and make you regret it, not help you out. Sorry, Jam Citadel. Our opponent is named Sentinel Dash. It's a nice name. Or Sentinel _, I guess. Hopefully we draw a land. If not, we don't really have much. Oh, wait, we can't even cast Master Scald. Yuck. Well, I can fight off the Valkyrie, because, I mean, this Sentinel's already locked down anyway. Obviously, I know my Sentinel dies, but that doesn't matter. It's already dead. I miss out on the +1/+1 counter, but that's necessary at this point. But we still need 1 more land for the Lindworm, I lied. Alright, that's not the worst. It means we're going to have to take a hit for 6 this turn unless I want to struggle away the Sentinel to kill the Valkyrie. I don't know, that's close. So, we can go get a white, plains, then we have Lindworm and Master Scald. I mean, white, blue, red, green. So if I bury the Sentinel, we have to top deck a Swamp to sack Path. Otherwise, we can do it with just the cards we have. I don't think I want to chump with Sentinel. I think I can afford to go to 8 against blue-white. It's going to be close, but if I had like a black land out right now, I would be much more inclined to struggle here. Because it's not like a chump, really. It would slow the game down. I could struggle Sentinel on Valkyrie. But I'm worried that I won't get to activate Path if I do that. If I draw a land, I can play Lindworm and struggle with Lindworm. If not, I can even just play Scald and struggle with that. Then I don't get to get Path back. But, I mean, if I activate Path once, it's going to kill Valkyrie game 2. It's going to be pretty good. Alright, so that's the land we need, but can we cast it and something? Not really. They put out more flyers. This is kind of rough. I mean, I can play Scald and struggle away like the Raven, but then I'm not getting the Glittering Frost out. I can cast Lindworm and struggle, you're right, and that's the best play then, for sure. Yep. And then we definitely want to struggle away the Raven. If they're going to hit us for 3 with the Mistwalker, or 4, it's going to require a lot of their mana, and we're not facing lethal either way. Whereas the Raven's already dealing 3, 1 less than Mistwalker's max. This is another tight one, right? Back to the wall. Don't know if we're going to win or lose. So if they go all in, they hit us for 8, we're at 4. Then the Mistwalkers... no, it's not a one-turn clock because Path gains 2. And then we have the Sentinel plus the Master Scald. So yeah, I think we can turn this if they don't have too much. I know they have a Foretold card. I mean, it could be the Deal 5. It could be Behold. Hopefully it's not a counterspell. It's another pretty good one. You know, since rooting doesn't actually change it, even though you bet channel points, Jam Citadel, you could still just root for me to win. I do that all the time. Like, I'll bet against, like, a team of mine and then root for them to win. You know, it's kind of like a hedge. I actually don't. I'm not smart enough to do that. I always bet on the home teams that I'm rooting for. But it is hedging. Yeah, if they have the double strike card, I lose. I'm not trying to play around that. Like, what am I going to do? Chump to prevent them from killing me with that this turn? Then I can't activate Path, and then I'm further behind, like... In a tight game, you don't really want to play around specific cards like that unless you, like, actually can. You know what I mean? Unless you count it up and you're just like, oh, well, if I play around that, I'll beat it. But, like, my back is to the wall here. Like, this is a pretty 50-50 game. I'm looking to stabilize, assuming they don't have something specific like that. That's pretty funny. Either way, it's going to shut off the path, so I'm in pretty bad shape. I'd probably rather they put it on the Lindworm, but I mean, also I can, like, kill them potentially if I do top the Swamp. Maybe I can hit with the Lindworm and Path, and then they have to have blockers, like... Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really hard now. I can top the one Swamp. It doesn't come into play on tapped. Otherwise, if I drew, like, removal, I could play Glittering Frost to unlock Path for the following turn and a removal. But if I just brick, I'm just dead, right? Scald doesn't help me. I can't play Glittering Frost and Path. Good game. Well, don't bet them all in one game. Magic's high variance, you know? Gotta have bankroll management. So, we can Path next turn. We have the untapped Forest. We're going to play a tap land for sure. Which one could end up mattering? I think the Floodplain makes the most sense. We don't have any early red stuff, but we might want to cast Fall or Behold, and it's hard to predict. So I don't want to have to name a color off Veil yet, plus that could provide like black or whatever we're missing. So I think the Floodplain makes the most sense this turn. So now we can just path up Swamp, right? We have all the mana we need. That said, maybe we're better off just getting a tap land in play, and then next turn... path for Swamp. The only thing I don't like is we can't get a green tap land in play, so no. Let's just path for Swamp now, and then next turn we can play a tap land and put Behold on layaway. Plus, I might just play Fall. Like, even without creatures out, I mean, it's a slow removal spell. It does kill their biggest creature, not like their smallest. I mean, obviously, if they do that, I can probably afford to wait, but, you know, I don't mind playing Fall just as a removal spell that's sitting in play to cover me, because, I mean, I have card drawing, except in a slow deck. So, now I'm not sure if I want to play Fall here, because next turn I can play Behold. I think I do. Because, like, I'm not worried that it will only kill the 1/3, because if they don't want to play creatures to let it kill the 1/3, that gives me 2 turns of a clear board. So that's pretty good for me. So I think, like, you know, I think Fall will either kill... If they want to hit me for 1-2 turns in a row and not add to the board, I'm pretty happy with that. And Fall's pretty slow removal, so I think I'm happy to just get it out and cover me. So I have time to go on to cast Behold, cast the cards off that, sack Path, and then win through all that card advantage from Behold and Path, right? Yeah, looks good to me. Thanks, RazMaxCDN. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the generous 17 months of support. 5-color snow indeed. I mean, I don't force it as much as, like, some pros or whatever, but, like, this is my favorite deck in the format. I do think, like, snow is the best archetype. Fair enough. Now, what I don't have is a dead creature yet. So I don't want to play Master Scald. I can get back Fall or Path later. Guess we should probably unlock the Pyre. Still need one more blue, but we can do that with the Veil or the Sculptor. I guess I'm supposed to foretell the Behold and then cast it, but there was like I had nothing else to do, right? Like there's no possibility of not casting Behold. So if I'm 100% to cast it, all I'm doing is giving them information. All right, well, we can path the Berserker. I can't deal with the Svella yet, but I have a little time to do that. So it seems like we want to do that, right? Black, white, red, blue, green on tap. Yeah, we can certainly use the World Tree here. So let's just get this rare while they're tapped. Nice turn, right? Busted uncommon, busted rare. So this needs to be blue. That's basically the only thing that matters. Then we can crack this. I mean, if I see somebody being too annoying with spamming emotes... Oh, you're talking about the opponents on Arena. You'd probably have to just contact Wizards and let them know. I mean, you can just mute emotes, though, right? There's a button, like, you can just click, like, mute, and then you don't see their emotes anymore. So you don't really need to report someone for spamming emotes. I mean, I'm all about, reporting people when they're really misbehaving, but, like, in this case, like, you just literally click mute. And then you just don't have to hear them. Okay, so they can make a Manalith, and then next turn, if they play a land, they can activate Spella. It's not the end of the world if they activate it once or whatever. The point is, though, can I do anything about that? Happy Tuesday, Daisy MTG. So, oops. So I don't want to play Scald until I can get back something, if possible. I have Lindworm for this turn. So I assume I'm just going to drop Lindworm in a tap land. Shimmer Drift Veil on blue so that I can unlock the Pyre, and I have plenty of mana for everything else. So let's see if that's going to happen. At the very least, if they counter or kill it, then I have a creature to exile with Scald to get back Fall of the Imposter. Yeah, maybe I could have sent the Bear first, and if they block, then I could activate it or something. I mean, it's pretty brutal. I'm losing both my Tues, but it's probably worth it to kill Svella. Certainly a line I should have at least considered. That actually worked out pretty well for me, though. They didn't get to make the Manalith, and now I can remove Lindworm and then get back either Path or Fall of the Imposter. Yeah, I know. I mean, the Pyre's in play, though. Like, I guess the bluff attack with the Bear only is okay, but if they block it... Oh, no, that I have to have the Sculptor go to the yard. Then I don't even have enough to play Scald and Fall this turn. I don't know. Spell is bad, but, like, we have two struggles. Like, as turns go by, we can find stuff. I think we're being slightly too afraid of it. Like, adding a Lindworm to the board's a pretty nice turn, right? Alright, so do we want Fall or Path? Probably Fall. And now we have enough mana to just play Scald and Fall, so that looks good. So let's do it. Do I still have green and white? Yeah, I have... Well, I want to play a tap land if possible. So actually, no, if I tap like that. So let's go ahead and tap the Pyre, the blue land. I have to tap the white, black, and green. This leaves me the ability to still play the Fall if this resolves, and still play a tap land. So I want fall, because that can get rid of Svello, and if they play something bigger, then whatever, it can get rid of that too. Plus the 2 counters are pretty nice right now. Wait, did they just tap pre-combat? Okay, well, if they want to give me attacks, I'll take it. They should not have made that Manolith until end of turn. That let me hit them. Well, that's a bit of an ouch. But hey, we're at 25. We can reset. So let's see. How much mana do we have? 4, 8. So I think Spirit and Fall, we probably just want to get the Fall going. Take the 1 hit. I have no Snowlands left? That's crazy. I have so many, I didn't even think about it. I just assumed I would have one. Alright, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, we definitely wanted to drop Fall ASAP. If I knew I had no Snowlands, instead of this, I would have probably played like Sculptor and Mistwalker. But I assumed I had a Snowland to go get. That's all good. We can take the 1 hit for 7. Next turn, we'll have blocks. Also, we can just hit them back for 6 or 7. Like, this is a race we're way ahead in. Alright, there goes that, but we'll drop plenty of blockers. So ideally, we're holding on to the Scald, since we're going to have creatures die. I assume we have enough mana to play the other 3. Seems kind of like a no-brainer, almost a scripted turn. I don't really want to take another hit for 7. I mean, we can, but I also don't mind throwing my weakest creature in the yard, because I could already Scald back the Fall or the Path again. So I guess I'll probably chump the Summoner with, like, the Sculptor. I have tons of mana. And even though, like, I don't have anything for Orvar yet, I do have 2 struggles left. I haven't used either. And Run Ashore. So I have 3 ways to kind of go use the Orvar for nice profit. That said, I don't mind trading it off. And that gets a card in my yard. This is a weird spot. What do they have? Kind of just want to triple block the Bergstrider. Plays around like any trick. And they're only killing 1. If they have Run Amok, they can kill 2, but not even all 3. Oh, if they remove the 3/3, then I don't kill it. That doesn't work. So we can just do that, I guess. I don't know what the deal is here. I mean, Crush the Weak doesn't kill the Spirit of the Elder Guard. I don't know. I assume they have something. They have 5 cards in hand. I don't care that much about my creatures. I really don't know what they're up to. Oh, well, if I knew I was going to top that, I might have protected the Orvar a little more, but it seems fine. I'm going to get back Path this time, I think, since they have a nice 4/2. So now if that ever gets through, they're dead, and I have Run Ashore. Life is good. So yeah, now I want Path, I think. I don't think it matters what I get rid of. Yeah, that was... I mean, I don't know what the opponent has, but there's almost no way that sequencing could have been optimal for the opponent. This is draft number 3. Going to be my last one of the day. Should be right back tomorrow with 3 more of these best of 1 Kaldheim drafts for you. I don't think I need to keep it up. I mean, is there any way they can sneak in lethal here out of these colors that's realistic? I mean, like triple run amok or something. So now when they tap the 8/6, I can hit them for 6. Oh, but I can also just sack path if I have enough to play path and run ashore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't, so I need to take this. So that I can just get rid of the Bergstrider and lethal them with my creatures. I mean, they could have Frostbite to stay alive, but I'm not dying on board or anything, so I think that we're certainly going to go for this. I guess we're going to hit the Pillar and the Bergstrider, and they're dead unless they have Frostbite. If they do, like, I'm nowhere near dead or anything, they shock this, go to 1, I play Sentinel. Cool. Yeah, I could have Veil too, yeah. Pretty unlikely out of a, blue-red. I think they're just playing World Tree. If you've never figured that out, you can play World Tree in any deck. It doesn't need to be green, right? It's just it comes into play tapped green source. Then in the late game, it fixes your mana and sacks to get all your, gods, which sounds silly because how many gods do you have? Changelings or gods. So if you have, 3 or 4 changelings, that can just be a land that wins you the game if you flood. I'm not saying it's great. If I'm a blue-red deck with 3 or 4 changelings, I'm going to take, Demon Bolt over the land for sure. But if I pick up the land late, I'll toss it in my deck. I'll play 1 tap land that adds a colorless and sacks to win me the game when I hit 10. If I have a 2-color deck or a splash especially. Well, this is a slow hand on the draw. Hopefully they're not an aggro deck. It's not in me to mold this, but a better player than me might mold this hand. Actually, it would probably be a worse player, because I know this Seth or LSV would keep this hand too, for sure. But, some of the people who are a little more risk-averse, like to make tighter mulligans, would probably mold this hand. It's super slow, but I'm just going to hope I draw something to play early, or that the opponent has a slow, non-aggressive deck or start. I just can't mull hands this powerful. Well, if I knew I was going to draw 3 straight lands, I would definitely have mulliganed. That said, their start wasn't that aggressive. So we need a red so we can crack that land. We have everything else, so I assume we're spirit. Oh, we don't have any snow mountains to spirit. Oh, yeah, we do. We have tap lands. Which means we're getting a duel, though. Do we want red-white or red-green? We have infinite green with this hand, so I'll grab red-white, I guess. Actually, I'm better off just grabbing Shimmerdrift, right? Because if I do want to name blue because I top a mountain or something, then I can. Most likely, I'm going to play this next turn naming red so I can activate the Slumber Mound, and I already have all the 5 colors of magic with just these 4 lands, and I can cast Behold. But if I did happen to top deck a red source, then I wouldn't need more red sources necessarily, and I could play the Sun Blue or something else. Obviously, snap block. Don't care if they kill the spirit or not. Okay, so now I assume we're going to play this on red, and... Oh, no, we drew a double blue card. Now it's actually hard. I could Behold now. Will I have to discard? 4, 8, so I'll go down to 7 and then up to 9 and play land. Yeah, I'll have to discard. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to call blue. Because I drew a double blue card. 100% of the time here, I'm going to Behold end of their turn. So there's no need to foretell it. Again, that's just telling them it's coming. Makes them more likely to leave upstroke or something. I don't know. It could have been better to play Snow Plains and Swamp. Oh, to have 2 power. Sure, so they don't attack in game 2. I mean, it's not like they had multiple ground 2/2s. I just gave them 2 life. But you could definitely be correct there. I mean, I might draw Narfi the following turn, and then I have to play the Swamp, but I guess I would have to play something anyway. There are ways you can get punished for not getting a colored source in play, because that can prevent you from playing a tap land later, but I don't think those ways were likely to come up this game. So I think, yeah, it might have been slightly better. to have played Plains instead of Swamp. But remember, I didn't even take any extra damage. It was them gaining 2 life. Which, like, I mean, you never want to give your opponent free life. But also, I'm a snow control deck. They're on the aggressive. Okay, so this is just Lindworm. I don't have my Falls or Path yet, so we wait on Scald if we can. Which is fine. Next turn we can put another red tap in play tapped and play Narfi. Maybe even attack with the 1 giant one, since we'll have 2 creatures bigger than their ground stuff. Yeah, we might want to blow up their land. I mean, I definitely wanted to get Lindworm down that turn, I think. But, you know, like next turn we can play tap land and Narfi, and then we can blow up the gates or the island, depending on whether they draw another island by then or not. I already called blue with this, so I mean, I don't need another island. If I had called red with this, I might have topped that island. Okay, so we can play Sculptor and Narfi or Slumberbound and Narfi. I think it's pretty close. I'm going to play the Narfi first for sure. I think Narfi and Slumberbound makes more sense. Blowing up their only blue could be really good. I think I can definitely attack with the Lindworm. Even if they deal 5 to it and like block with Shieldmate, I'm cool with that. All my big creatures are pretty much generic and the same here, so making them use the trick there seems fine. Okay. So I think I just want to blow up their gates before they can sack it, or their blue maybe. This is what, 5 in sack? No, they're gonna have another blue anyway. I think I want to get rid of the gates. Can I attack? I'm gonna have a 4/4. I'd like to have 2 blockers in case they have like 1 removal. So I think this turn is attack with just 1 creature. Might as well make it the bigger one. And then I'm going to just blow up the gates. Thank you, Rug1. Appreciate the subscription. That's funny. They get their land back. So we can Frostbite away the 3/3 flyer. Obviously, I'm not scared they're going to block with it, though. Well, now that I do struggle, I mean, I can use Frostbite to blow out a double block. I think we're getting to the point where maybe I can just send, like, everything. If I struggle, like, one of these on the Mistwalker and then attack with everything, don't think there's any way it's going to work out bad for me. The Narfi, I want to make this one bigger because the Narfi's already so good at if it trades. I know I could play the Sculptor first, but leaving up the 1 red and playing the Sculptor just feels like almost telegraphing a Frostbite, whereas now they may make a double block or a triple block because they don't know that I have Frostbite. So I think this is a little bit better. I don't think I need that 1 point of damage that bad. Yep, that's kind of what I was thinking. Actually, we might as well kill the Lifelinker to deny them 2 life, because the 5/5's going to eat the 3/3 anyway. I know the Frostbite did 3, but in this case it makes sense to kill the non-Lifelinker. Same result, except we deny them 2 points of life, which while I said I don't care if they gain life, I'm not going to give it to them for absolute free. So that's why we kill the smaller creature, not the bigger. And now with Runish or to mop up, unless they have Doomscar, I think this game's over. Obviously, if they have Doomscar, I'm still in okay shape. Narfi comes back. Master Scald doesn't have anything yet, but I have 3 good enchantments. I have a sack land in play. But if they have Doomscar, we still have a game. But even if they, like, double spell here, how are they going to turn this board? Like, I have Run Ashore plus all bigger stuff than them. Divine Gambit. Do I want to put the 4/4 in play? I think I do. I don't have anything to get back, but I'm on the aggro now. I think Best of 3 is like a little bit deeper, richer Magic experience, but I also really like Best of 1. Okay, so we can use the Sentinel and this to blow up another land, get another 4/4, but that's not this turn, that's next turn. Again, they're going to have to make like some double blocks, I think. So I'm probably just going to attack with everything and then use Run Ashore in combat. I mean, I guess I could put back Vega and get rid of a token, and then they wouldn't have any profitable blocks. So maybe this time I'm being too fancy. Maybe this time I just go do this pre-combat. This is just better this time. Because they have no blocks. Just put the Vega back, and then I'll just bounce the land. I mean, the flying token just to kill it. They may concede to this. I guess if they have Doomscar in their deck, then they'll take another draw step. This is better than getting rid of both tokens. I mean, I just killed Vega. Like, if they draw Vega, like, that's great for me. I'm imagining they probably didn't even top it. They probably are just bottoming it trying to top deck Doomscar. Because it lets me activate the land. I mean, if the only way they could possibly win is Doomscar, then it's wrong to play it. But, I mean, look, they had a bunch of cards in hand. You never know. It's just a 1/2. Seems like a fine hand. Okay. So blue land, pretty easy. I'm actually trying to message them to see if they're good to start a few minutes late or not. One sec. Cool. I literally started to type to them to see if they were okay to start a few minutes late. Obviously, of course, I'm going to go the whole hour regardless. I almost always go over an hour, if anything. But, you know, if they could do like 9:15 to 10:15 or 9:30 to 10:30, before I could even type the question, they were like, yeah, watching your stream. You can go later. It's all good. That's awesome. All right, so we drew a green. We have everything but black. We don't need double, right? We need double blue, so should I call blue? I probably shouldn't have played this. I probably should have played the Alpine Meadow. That said, now that I already have, we have to be able to cast our double blue card. Hi, Akanar. I mean, I keep the coaching private unless people don't want it to be. Obviously, it's not like a secretive thing, and it's a good thing. But you know, if that's up to the other people whether they want to talk about it or not. Obviously, anybody's welcome to talk about their experience, good or bad, and give honest feedback and whatever. But like I said, I consider that up to the people I'm coaching. Okay, so this hand's pretty slow. Probably should play Fall of the Imposter. Then my creature can stop theirs. And I can still activate with the Snowland. So let's make sure the auto tapper's coordinating, but... Oh, I don't have a green out. Wow, I'm getting very sloppy at the moment. I'm currently 5-1, but this was horrible. Just check out bensmtg.com if you're interested. I just do, like, you know, one-on-one Magic coaching. I watch people draft, give feedback, watch them play, give feedback. I tell them to play the wrong lands because they're, you know, doing two things at once and not fully focused at the moment, and then mess up. Hey, if that's my first punt for the day, what a day. Yeah, it's bensmtg.com, no underscore, because I guess you can't use those in websites. I don't know. Okay, well, that was a really bad play, but can we get back in this? I don't know. If they don't have removal, Narfi shuts them down, but we also don't have black. I probably played this game about as bad as possible, but we'll work with what we have. We'll pretend this game didn't happen because I was distracted, and we'll tighten back up for the next two. I'm good. How are you, Yolan? I'm not like an expert on taxes and businesses and stuff. In fact, I know virtually nothing, but people said that it's just better to like have an LLC than file as self-employed every year. And I normally file as self-employed every year. All right, clearly we don't want to block that. Our 4/4 is potentially stopping their whole team. I mean, we're going to lose on board if we don't draw something, but if we trade, I don't think that's really helping the cause. Hopefully we'll draw something. It's a blocker. Sorry, I forgot y'all are betting on the games. I mean, I'm trying to win. Like I said, I just got distracted a little bit. Yeah, we are currently 5-1. Okay, so pretty clearly we want to trade 4-4-4-4-3. We have the Pyre. That's our only hope to get back in this. But if I crack the Pyre, I'm just dead if I go to 2. So I have to chump because the Sentinel's going to die anyway. But we're killing everything but the Realm Walker. And we're still at 6. I mean, this game's not over. I'm not saying we're going to win, but it's definitely not over. Assuming I have the mana to sack this. Okay, so next turn we can play Spirit, get a Forest, and play Fall of the Imposter. I guess when I play Spirit, I'm going to search for a land, and I can't draw Struggle. So I can put the Struggle behind the Spirit. I don't think it really matters, but I have to draw Spirit this turn. So this is a huge turn here. If they can't add to the board, I might turn this around. Don't do anything. So Demon Bolt to kill Spirit, probably. That's only 3, though, which is not 4. My other option is to run ashore here and then do the Spirit play next turn. And that also lets me draw Struggle. So I think with 2 Foretell cards, it's too likely they have Demon Bolt. So I think what I'm going to do is run ashore on their draw step so that they can't make mana and like cast more things. I have double blue, right? Yes, that's the one thing I did right this game. So, okay, draw for your turn, and then run ashore. I'm going to put the Realm Walker on top, and the Sentinel back in their hand. Oof. Yeah, with 2 Foretold cards, maybe I should not have done that. No, I'm going to deny them the mana. I can't put them on exactly Titan. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. They didn't have land 5, so they have to top it. If I do it during their upkeep, then they can play the Realm Walker again that turn instead of the Sentinel, but they can't draw land 5, so there's an up and a down there. Not really sure. That was interesting. All right, let's tighten up. We haven't gotten 7 wins today. We're 5-2. This deck's good. I definitely punted a close one there, but we won a few sweet close ones when we came out behind in a couple other games. Let's tighten up and finish strong, right? That's all right. There's nothing in the world that I would rather cause me to misplay than chatting with my chat. Y'all are the best and you know it. All right, so this is an easy keep. We have our green. If we draw another land of any kind, we can then search for our white. So now it's just Sentinel, no real choices. Glittering Frost unlocks our hand nicely, so we certainly should have all our ammunition this game. So this turn, we can Frost, or we can Fall of the Imposter. No, we can't. We don't have a white, so it's just Frost, so no choices. Always play the Frost on a non-snow land. If you weren't thinking about that, it turns your land into a snow land. So we effectively get more snow mana and more snow permanents by putting the Glittering Frost on a non-snow land. Next turn is sweet. We can play the Spirit, and then we have Frostbite for 3 up. So next turn is going to be pretty good. Hey, and I know what we're going to Frostbite. While they have no creatures in the yard and no ability to pump it, seems like this is almost scripted. I need to pool the red, though. I guess I could just use the... If I have 3 snow permanents, I can just do the Frostbite first, so it doesn't possibly get me. I know never trust the auto-tapper. And I have Snow Island, Glittering Frost, Shimmerdrift Veil. So it should be fine. The island turns literally into a snow land. Enchanted land is snow. So I have 3 snow permanents, right? So as long as Arena works, which, cross your fingers, this should deal 3. And then we have all our mana, so we probably just want the untap land. They can, like, boast and hit me for 5, but then they're not adding to the board. Next turn we fall, we grow the Sentinel, then that's a decent blocker against those 2 creatures. We're still at 13. This game should be looking pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying it's over, but... going to be tough for them to turn this. So this turn I think is pretty clear. Fall of the Imposter, grow the Sentinel because they're already tapping the other one. Hey, Zach Stream. So the only question is now 2-3 on 1-1 or 2-3 on 2-3. Even though the 1-1 might die to the Pyre, it's literally costing us 1 point of damage to kill it, so I think that's a pretty clear block. So again, we need to grow the smaller one. Pyre's not doing anything. I'd like to hold the Scald, but I don't think that's a luxury we have. And especially with the Path now, we're going to have late game ammo with the Path and the Pyre. So all we really want to do is, like, not die. So I think it's a pretty clear choice to just put the 4-4 out. 4-4 is a super relevant body on this board. Really shores up our ability to not die here. And then next turn, this kills the 4/3, and then we can just path. Even if we're just pathing just to draw 2, gain 2, and make it 2/2. I mean, they're at 2 cards in hand. All we really want to do is stabilize, and then we should win. We die to the +1/+1 and double strike by Xaxes, so hopefully they don't have that. Or like Mammoth Growth. Yeah, if I played a non-Snowland, that was a mistake. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Spirit doesn't really need to be a 4/4. All their creatures have 3 toughness. So you can't hit the punt counter. Yeah, the Bredeguard activation makes playing the Snowland matter a little bit, yeah. So they're going to tap the 4/4. 3/4 trades with like 4/3 and 3/4 bounces with 3/4. So this looks fine. No blocks? No, let's not have no blocks. All right, this one, even though it can grow more power, I think Reach is more useful. They might sneak out a win with Flyers. So I think this is actually somewhat important. I want to trade the 3/4 for the 4/3, and I want my 3/4 Reach and their 3/4 Reach to bounce. Now, of course, we'll get rid of the Tapper. So I think for this turn, we can leave up Path and Behold, planning to Behold end of their turn, but you never know, we might Path. And then after that, I think we should be pretty comfortable. Okay, and there's a Path target, so I like that. Well, it didn't matter because we won, right? So now let's kill that in response. I'll happily chump block. I just wanted to make sure I got a good path activation. They're out of gas. I can't imagine we can lose. It's Lindworm time. Appreciate that, Creactor. All right, we got the 6-2 game. Who bet on me to make 7 wins? What kind of odds did you get? What was the line? Obviously, no deck is a favorite to well, I shouldn't say no deck is a favorite to 7-2, but this deck's good, but nothing special. I don't think this deck is a favorite to 7-2. Now it is, because I think we're over 50% this game, but we're already 6-2. Pretty even? Yeah. I would have probably made it a small favorite to not get 7 wins. Like, I would have probably laid, like, 1.5 to 1 against or something. This deck is good, but it's nothing special and it's high variance because it's a lot of colors. All right, a little slow on the draw, but clearly we're not mulliganing. I mean, we have all 5 colors. Last game of the day. Let's get that 7 wins. We need blue and red by turn 3, so we're probably just playing tap land. But I'm probably more likely to want this one in play, I think. No, maybe the other one. No, I have no untapped red sources. So yeah, that's probably the right one. And I have a green 1-drop and a blue 1-drop. It's kind of interesting. One of the most important things when you're going to go tap land turn 1, tap land turn 2 is what color your 1-drops are, because that's all you can cast on turn 2. But since I have 2 Jesperis Sentinel and 1 Frost Augur, that means it probably was right to play Highland Forest, because there's 2 green 1-drops I can cast along with the tap land, and only 1 blue one I can cast. And, like, even though this is such a minor edge, that is what you want to be thinking about. If your sequence is going to be tap land, 3-drop, you want to be playing the tap land that unlocks more 1-drops for turn 2. So, unfortunately, we don't have a 3rd Snowland, so I can't kill it yet. I will be able to after Spirit, but unfortunately, I'm not going to do nothing for 2 turns, so I'm going to play Aegir and then Spirit. Hopefully they can't kill Aegar. If I had another Snowland, though, I would just Frostbite that Aegar, because now they're going to draw cards when they kill my stuff, which is, there's nothing I hate more than my opponent drawing cards. I'm not going to pass the turn and play nothing, rather than use 3 to put out a good 3-drop. We don't technically know whether they're holding that or not, but, like, nothing pains me more than my opponent drawing cards. Okay, I don't think we need any more colored mana of any kind, really, right? Oh, no, we could need double blue, so I'll get the Shimmer Drift to call blue. I mean, all the red burns should pretty much kill it anyway, except Frostbite, so I'm going to block. Hopefully they don't have Frostbite, but good beats. Yeah, this isn't going exceptionally well, but nothing we can do about that. We have a late game deck. Hopefully we'll get there. I'm not even sure if I'm going to kill Aegir. If they put that 2-3 back out, I might just kill that. I don't even know which of these is scarier. Because remember, this turns into the god. How much damage-based removal can they have? I think I need to kill Haka, not Aegir, right? So I need my third Snowland. And then I'm just going to get rid of the god. Yeah, they're going to draw cards, but, you know, maybe they can't remove Lindworm. And then I have another 4/4. Like I said, I have a late game-oriented deck. I know I don't have that much ammo in hand, but if I draw one of the two falls or the path, then the Scald basically becomes a good card. I've got Behold. Also, like, Squash kills this and they don't draw a card. Bolt doesn't kill this. So, I mean, we don't technically know if they're going to be able to kill the Lindworm here or not, right? Alright, so for now, what are my options? Path or Lindworm? I'm just going to run Lindworm. Maybe they have a counter, maybe they don't. Hopefully they don't. I won't be shocked at all if this gets countered the way they put cards on top and draw an extra cards. But I want to use all my mana. Maybe they have, like, Demon Bolt in hand and they just can't kill the Lindworm. You never know. So next turn we can play what? Like, Path and the Slumber Mound. Now that we have Path, we don't particularly want to put out the Scald. 6/6/3. Alright, I still have 3 turns. Hopefully we'll draw an answer to that. Struggle would be super nice. Okay, well, Path Narfi now. They're tapped out, so order doesn't super matter. The race is on. We already have double blue, so I don't think this can really matter. I mean, yeah, I need a struggle, but I get the, I'm not, oh no, I'm going to, yeah, I don't get the path cards. So, like, I have to top deck now or I lose. And that's if they can't kill me right now. Which, I mean, there's not a lot. It's basically just run amok or whatever, but yeah, I'm in bad shape. Oh, nope. Wait, no, that doesn't fly. But it forces me to chump, so it's not great. And it's a giant, so they draw a card. Wow. But no real choices. I think it was certainly right to hit for 6. And then, was I dead? Couldn't they have just given that flying? Oh, they couldn't give them both flying. Right. Okay, so now, am I dead? Yes, if they do the right thing, but they don't necessarily know that I have nothing, so they might not want to move things around. Scald doesn't help us, so I'm just going to pass the turn. Yeah, I know I gained 2, but they can still 6 me, right? If they just put that Runed Helm back on the Aegir and attack for 6 in the air. Yeah, I'm aware, but maybe they won't go for it, and then I draw 2 cards, so then maybe there's a chance, right? I don't have any 1-mana... Oh, wait, I do have those 1 green reach creatures. I probably should have sacked Path on my turn. I actually did punt here. Because, if I would have sacked Path, I draw 2 cards, and I have 2 Just Forest Sentinels, and I could play Forest Sentinel to not be dead. So this was actually a punt. I punted away these last 2 losses pretty bad. I'm not saying I would have won. They have to not have anything, so, I would have probably lost. But the play is still, definitely right. Oh, well, sorry to reward everybody who bet against me today. I mean, I'm happy with 6-3 with this deck. I didn't think this deck was, that busted. And, I won a lot of tight games with it. But, yeah, I'm not happy with how I played the 2 games I lost towards the end there. Can you rabbit hunt on Arena? I don't even think you can. Is there a way to draw cards after you lost? Oh, I could have cracked Path because that draws cards and Scene. Well, thank you everybody who tuned in today. I appreciate the support as usual. Y'all are the best. Sorry that all the no's won instead of the yays. It's not what I like to see. Sure, we can raid Voxy. I should be back on tomorrow, 3 p.m. hopefully. They were pretty sweet drafts. I mean, 0-3 with the Giants deck sucked. That deck seemed pretty good, but if it's not a mill deck, I'm not drafting it. You know the deal. So, hope everybody had a fun day. It always feels like you're losing so much, but 6-3 and 0-3 is 6-6. So what did I go even on the day, which is not good, obviously, but obviously also not the worst thing in the world in best of one. And hopefully tomorrow we'll run a little hotter. Have a good one, freaky thing. Take it easy, J. Ralla, Sapphire Surge, Meditation. The punt wasn't attacking with the Lindworm. I think that was right. The punt was not cracking the path on my main phase because I draw 2 cards and I have 2 Jaspera Sentinels and I had exactly 8 mana. So like, if I draw a Jaspera Sentinel, I can at least make them have to have a removal or something, or maybe I can win the game still. Anyways, have a good one. Good luck in your drafts, and I'll see you tomorrow.